Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I'm late. Thank you for being here. How is everybody? Can you guys all hear me okay? Having problems with my mic. Okay. All right. So, how are you? I hope everybody's having a good day. Oh, Lassie. I know. Hey, Mrs. Kelly. Hey, Sugar. Natasha. Adrian. Hope everybody is good. I'm just sorry I'm late, you guys. I was up late and then I had to get stuff around this morning and I was so I'm sorry. I know some of you were there. I was on Watts the Obsession last night. I think I got out of there at like a little after midnight, so I ended up getting to bed late and then, so I'm sorry. Hey, Karma. Sifa, I did not watch it. I'm sorry. No, I did not. Anything you want to fill me in on? I don't even know. For some reason, she does not pop up on my thing at all. So I don't know what happened. And she's usually on like late, isn't she? Thank you, Sugar. Yeah. So no, I did not see it. I'm sorry. There's too many people, you guys. I can't watch everybody. When I first started, like I didn't watch anybody else. I didn't watch any other true crime people. Like, I just did my own thing. And then I started watching, a small amount of people. And it's hard too, because it is distracting from what you're, from what road you're on, from what angle you're going at it from. Hello, Michelle. Good morning. Did you guys see the post that I put out? I did see that he resigned from AWP. But did you guys see the post that I put out about Casey Anthony? And she's returning with a documentary on Peacock. Makes me sick. I said, I'm definitely going to jump on this, on Quentin's case, just because I watched Casey Anthony walk out of that courtroom a free woman after I know she murdered her daughter. And I don't want to see that happen in this case of baby Quentin. Yes, Sugar. Morning, Trish. Oh, yes, that woman. Now, if I could have been on any jury in the world, it would have been, man, I wish I was on that one. Because she actually walked because they said that there wasn't enough evidence. Bull crap. For those of you that know and have, were into the case. I know, Karma, I know. For those of you that are not familiar with it, her 3-year-old daughter, she reported her 3-year-old daughter missing after her mother confronted her because she hadn't seen her granddaughter in a while. And she said that it smelled like a dead body had been in her daughter's car. Casey never reported her daughter missing for that whole time. And then, I don't know why my thing does that. It goes all weird. And then she went out and got tattoos. She went out and was clubbing. She went out and was partying and having fun and living the life. Meanwhile, it turned out they ended up finding her daughter, her 3-year-old child, in the woods a few miles from their home in a garbage bag with her mouth duct taped. I couldn't believe, like, everybody was watching that waiting for that verdict to come out. And when it said not guilty, like, people couldn't believe it. She was the most hated mother in America. And I just can't even believe that 14 years later, now she wants to come out and speak and do this documentary. It's like, listen, lady, the world didn't, you may have forgotten, but the world didn't forget who you were. So when you come back out, you better be prepared for people to send you right back into that hole, like Namastella said. Yeah, I think that was the thing too. She just acted so, people looked at her like, oh, she's not a murderer. Yeah, with a heart sticker on it, Lassie. That was one thing. And I don't want that to happen in Quentin's case. That mother, something wrong with that mother, man. Leilani. Yeah, Bella Vita. Doesn't that mean, like, what does that mean again? I can't remember. It means like, live like something, or living like something, or great life, or some shit like that. Oh, I remember. She had to be put into like people had to watch her every second because she was getting death threats from people, and like she had to be in, oh, Beautiful Life. Yeah, she had to be in hiding. It was crazy. Yeah, Beautiful Life. Crazy, crazy stuff. And I thought, I could be wrong, or maybe it ran out at this point, but wasn't she like, nobody would give her a book deal, nobody would give her a movie deal? Like, it was like off, like nobody would offer her that. So I'm kind of confused as to why Peacock would go to her and want to do this. Like, why are you going to let this woman profit off this? Oh, Candy, I believe she did. Obviously that didn't come out, but I said the same thing. Yep. I'm pretty sure she did. Well, that's the problem, Karma. Society never accepted her. And I think that she thinks that she's waited 14 years, that she can come out now and society will, you know, embrace her and give her a second chance. But not as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, she actually moved in with that attorney. Tell me something wasn't going on there. Spun one, I get what you're saying, and that's not what this video is going to be about, but that is definitely worth mentioning. And listen, people who care about justice, that's a big deal. So, anyways, how is everybody? I hope you guys are all good. Yeah, Natasha, they definitely were. They definitely were. And I still believe that, just my opinion, but I still believe jury members were paid off somehow. Because there's no way you could say not enough evidence. There's no way. You had all the evidence you freaking needed. That's what I'm saying. These are, Karma, don't even get me started on that stuff. All right, now, before I get into the Kylie stuff, did y'all see that? Now, I'm not saying anything. I'm just putting this out there to you guys. Did you see about Nick's, or not Nick, I'm sorry, about Jared's sister? Oh, not only that, Candy, but when she was in there, when Casey was in there and up on stand, she threw everybody when she accused her father of doing things. You know, yeah, that was sick. That was sick. Like you freaking, yes, her $1 million GoFundMe. I mean, again, I don't know. I don't even like to talk about this stuff because I don't want to, like I said, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to victim shame. I'm not going to do any of that. I just wanted to mention it, that she does have a $1 million GoFundMe out there. Oh, yes, Pamela. Because she didn't, spun one. She didn't want to be a mom. She claimed she loved her daughter, but she wanted to live her life. She was young. She did not want that responsibility anymore. Oh, Natasha, Jared's sister has a $1 million GoFundMe. She just started it yesterday. Yesterday or today. I'm not really positive on that. Right, Lassie, right. The cousin, I heard that. The cousin does not agree with the sister doing that. So I don't know. Oh, hold on. I lost your. There we go. That's what I said. But again, I don't want to get stuck on that. But that's a big ass number, you guys. $1 million. Yeah, I think so too, Karma. I think the world has lost their damn minds. Hey, Gloria. Glad you're listening. Thanks for listening while you're at work. It seems like you can just start a GoFundMe for any reason whatsoever. Yeah, I got a problem with $1 million. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. Like, okay, so yeah, yeah. I don't know though. No, I think he's guilty because when Doug came out and made his video and he's like, "Listen, I am devastated. I don't know where we go from here. Like, you think you know somebody, and no doubt it's going to have effect on them. I know one guy quit. He resigned. I'm sure the other ones aren't very far behind him because no matter what, that reputation is tarnished. It's gone. Honestly, Doug and Nick and whoever else are better off leaving and starting their own thing. Brandy, we were just talking about him resigning. Yeah, Doug and Nick should definitely, Doug, Nick, Josh, whoever else on that team should all go start their own thing, because anything with his name attached to it is, forget it. I mean, people aren't going to want anything to do with it. Now, I'm still in question of, now listen, when I say this is not against Squirrel Girl. I believe her 100%. I think she's totally honest. I think she's, she's got no skin in the game, like she said. Like, she's just reporting what she was told. And, I mean, from what I know of her, like from her videos and stuff, like, she's just not the type to come out and lie. She's not the type to come out and make shit up. She's, legit. So, okay, Sugar. Yeah, I wouldn't use that name either. You better call it something else. No, Squirrels on Fire and Squirrel Girl are two totally different people. So with that being said, was what Nick told her 100% accurate? I don't know. I mean, when I saw her video yesterday, I was like, yes, like, thank you. Because again, I do believe her, right? And she's just going off what she was told by him. So, no, yeah, you're good. Yeah, they're two different people. So, but there were a few things that he said that I still don't understand. And we talked about this on Watts last night. There's just a few things, like, so before when AWP played the video of him, the 10% that we saw, oh, Stephanie, thank you so much for the super sticker. You're awesome. Yeah, Amanda, I don't either. You guys are getting me off. You guys are all getting me messed up. Okay, so what I wanted to say was, so Nick said, so from AWP's video, we were told that Nick could positively identify the male, but could not positively identify the female. Now, what Nick told Squirrel Girl is that he 100% could identify the female, but couldn't identify the male. Now, my only questioning there is, when he first went to that car, it was a week into the search for Kylie. So I had talked to a local a while back. And he was like, that's the one thing I question about Nick, the roadside guy, is he said when he went to that car, he didn't know about Kylie being missing until a week later. But he goes, that I just don't get, because there was literally posters everywhere of her. So how he didn't recognize her at that time, I don't know. Was AWP just telling us that? Like, AWP also said when they started their interview with him that he was a huge fan of the show, but he referred to Doug as the guy with the beard, and he didn't even know who Jared was. So I feel like if you're a big, longtime fan of the show, you would know who Jared was, and you would know who Doug was, and you would know everything. Right, Mrs. Kelly. Oh, no, Karma. You're thinking the Saturday. That's a good, let me pull that up. But for that whole week, I'm saying they had posters up everywhere. I mean, that's what I was told by a local, so I can't 100% verify that. I'm just saying. Oh, went too fast. Yes, PCM, you are correct. It was only mentioned the SF hat. And when he talked to Squirrel Girl, he said they showed me a few pictures, an array of pictures, and he goes, I saw the SF hat. That's what I said. He goes, I recognize the hat. I don't recognize the guy. I just recognize the hat. Oh my gosh, this thing, I gotta plug this in. I swear, every time I get on a live and my computer is full, it just drops right down. Like, how long have I been on? 20 minutes, and my computer just died. Give me 1 sec. I gotta grab my cord. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, you guys. So, back to what we were talking about. Hi, everybody that just came in. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Now, I just wish that after all this, they would release the rest of the information that they have. Yeah, Natasha, that very well could have been like he's a young guy, and we talked about that. He's a young guy, he's living his life, he's working, he's hanging out with his friends, he's doing what he does, right? Maybe you wouldn't notice that somebody was missing. I mean, if you didn't watch the news and it was the next day, you wouldn't know. Oh, Pamela, I know. Did you see that? Well, Brandy, if it's important, you should definitely put it out. Listen, Karma, we don't even know what it is. We're like, yep, put it out. Okay. Kylie didn't even hit the news cycle until at least Sunday or Monday. It doesn't surprise me, though. With a mother that waited that long, and I've said this for how long, guys? I want to know what Lindsay's whereabouts were. I want to know what she did from the time that she left Starbucks until 5 when she reported her daughter missing. Oh, Jesus. Scared the crap out. Don't do that. Scared the crap out of me. I didn't even hear you coming in the room, for God's sakes. My daughter scared the crap out of me. I didn't even hear her coming up behind me. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't. Well, she's freaking scared me. Yeah, karma. Yeah. So Diane, where was she? Right? Because that tells a lot, right? That would tell us a lot. Like, what did she do from the time that she left Starbucks until 5 when she reported Kylie missing? What did she do in between that time? I mean, I don't care what anybody says. I still think that meetup at Starbucks was them all to come together and be like, yep, whatever was, this is what's been done. It's been taken care of, yada, yada, yada. I know that it doesn't make any sense. Yes, everybody, please remember to hit that thumbs up. It's free. It's a free way for you to help out the channel. It doesn't hurt, I promise. Now, there's been a lot of shady characters. Thank you, Sassafras. There's been a lot of shady characters that have come out in this case. And, and this is what I was saying last night. Like, I'm so sick of having to put on my shit kickers, my waders, and sift through all this shit to find one thing that's real. Okay, Brandy. Awesome. I'll look for it. Thank you. Have a good day at work. Oh, it's okay, Michelle. So supposedly Kylie was supposed to go camping the next day with Madeline. And I'm guessing not just those two. I'm guessing there was other people. But you know what I want to keep going back to? Remember when Samantha Smith, in her interview with Tony Dodge, remember? Oh, good morning, Mary. Do you remember when she was like, so we were all back in her car. We were all in her car. And then there were a few friends in there. And it's like, whoa. Where'd these friends come from? Who are these people? Because I think those people that she was talking about being in the vehicle were important people in this scenario. Do y'all remember that? Exactly. And I think that whoever those friends that were in the vehicle, I think at that time, that is like something happened to her at that time. And whatever happened in that time is why they had to get rid of the car. They couldn't just take her and get rid of her, because I believe that car had evidence in it that's why they had to get rid of it. Because this, and I've said this from the very beginning, me and Chad have talked about this. At first, people are like, oh, she probably OD'd, like somebody slipped or something and she OD'd. Okay. But if that's the case, then they wouldn't have to get rid of the car because they all would have just left her there. You know what I mean? They could have just left her in her car and all said they went home, and then she was found there the next day. But we know that's not what happened. Yes. Oh, morning, Stella. I didn't see you comment. You missed it. I was just talking about you because we were talking about, I don't mean to go backwards, you guys, but I want to tell her real quick. We were talking about Casey Anthony, and people were like, hey, maybe, she thinks society will accept her now. And I said what you said. I'm like, yeah, well, society won't. They're going to send her right back to that hole she came from. Okay, so okay, now this is what I want to say about the video, or about Squirrel Girl's video conversation with Nick, right? Is that I still question whether it was Kylie or not, because to me it doesn't make any sense that it would be Kylie, because first of all, the things about the seatbelt, if she was asking for help without, trying to be, if she was asking for help without coming out and asking for help, when they got out of the car and walked around the car. Now, we debated this last night on Watts the Obsessions channel, because I was like, why wouldn't she have taken that opportunity to be like, listen, fucking help me. You know what I mean? Like, I need help, right? Because that would have been the perfect opportunity. But she didn't. And she was asking weird questions. And again, they didn't want him going around to the back of the vehicle. So again, I question whether that was really Kylie or not. Like, he could be mistaken. For somebody who doesn't know her, and for somebody who wasn't looking at the missing posters all the time, and for somebody, I'm just saying, mistaken identities happen every day. And I just can't, I don't know. I just still wonder. That's what Sassafras though. If the guy had a gun, right? And hello? Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. Bye. Oh, here we go with that landline again, you guys. Okay. But okay, so what I was saying is, if he did have a gun on her, that would have been the perfect time. Listen, you have somebody else here, somebody that doesn't know you. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't believe that that's the scenario, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I just don't, I don't know, you guys. I just don't think that it was, but again, that's just my opinion.
There isn't any monster either.
Ellie identified it to be Kylie in what video? Because Ellie hasn't come out and said a damn word about anything. I know, Sassafras. It's just, honestly, it just leaves you with more questions. I should, Natasha. That's funny. I mean, not for nothing, because I've never been in that situation, Dana. But I don't know. I think she was a little bit smarter than that. See, that part got to me too, was, listen, when he was like, I've handed over my video evidence. I've handed over the video to the two different agencies working this case. And then when the third one took over, they were like, what tape? there is no tape. And then his work was like, there isn't, according to him, then his work was like, there is no tape. You weren't even there. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know, you guys. Candy, I don't believe she was, ever. I don't believe it. And I don't care. Nobody has proved to me that Kylie was at that party. If search dogs, trained search dogs, couldn't pick up a scent, what does that tell you? That tells me that she wasn't there. There has been no proof of any party to this day. Yeah, I do have his background check, and it is clean as a whistle, but not for nothing, you guys. Doesn't mean anything, right? Not everybody, you know, you don't have a record until you have a record, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, and I don't care what anybody says. If you cannot tell me, listen, I grew up and, I have kids, like, I know what teenagers do. You cannot tell me that you had a party with 200 plus people and there's not any picture evidence of it. I don't believe it. And not only that, what kind of party have you ever heard of that has 200 plus people? But the party, everybody leaves at the exact same time. They all clean up before they leave because there was no mess left behind. And what kind of party have you ever heard of? A wild drug, alcohol fueled party where there ain't somebody that passed out there that night. A few of them, if you know what I'm saying. Let's see. There likely was not a body in the back of the car because if the car needed to be towed away, there would be the concern of the body being found. Maybe there wasn't. Maybe they didn't have her in the car at the moment, I mean, the problem with this case is there are no facts. You give me something. Good morning, Chrissy. You give me something that's 100% verified fact right now. I can't, we don't have anything. I know. I'm waiting to hear from Karma. I'm waiting to hear from Sifa from that because he ordered her birth certificate. And I am trying to get in contact with her father because I think if anybody is going to talk, it's going to be him. Yeah, that's it, Lassie. We know that a car was pulled out of the lake. That's the fact that we have. Yep. Like, I 100% think, now again, we don't have facts, so this is just my opinion. I 100% think that there was no party at all. I believe whatever happened to her, there was a small, I'm going to say 10 and under. Like, that's how many people I feel like were involved in whatever happened to her. I don't know why. That's just a number that comes into my head. And I think that she was lured or set up to be in this spot where whatever this is took place. But I don't think it was Prosser. I don't at all. Yeah. Yep. That could be too, you guys. We have no proof of where this happened to her. Did she make, and you know what's weird? If you go back to Sammy Smith's interview when she was talking to Tony and she says the word, she goes, She goes, well, it would have taken her about 30 to 30. I think she said 38. Maybe it was 30. It would have taken her about 30 minutes to get home. We found out. Those were her exact words. So what does that mean? Did you take her home and whatever happened to her there? Like, she's like, we found out that it would have taken her about 30 minutes. We found out. Now, if we've learned anything, it's that in this case, it's to really pay attention to the words that people say. I don't know. I want to know. That's what I'm saying. I want to talk to Nick. And I just wish that when he was down there, Nick the diver, I just wish that when he was down there, because Nick the tow truck, or Nick the roadside guy, asked Squirrel Girl if we all knew, like if we knew what gear the car was in when it was pulled out of the lake. I think it was in neutral just because of how the tires were going. I don't know if y'all followed me back then, but we went over all of that, watching it come out of the water. But she was like, no, we don't know, because we don't. Nobody ever came out and said, hey, yeah, the car was in neutral. But that's exactly, Betty. Thank you for saying that. I didn't even think of that. S slipped up. We found out, as that shows she'd never been to her house. So how good of friends could they have been? I know. Isn't that weird? Natasha just said the same thing. Isn't that so strange? But she did say that. She's like, we found out. So what does that mean, though? Did you drive her home? And did you deliver her home, and whatever happened at home? Like, what does that even mean? It's just like, you guys, when Sammy came out and said, we just remembered today that we just remembered today that there's a sticker on the back of her car. It's like, oh, we just remembered? Who's we? And how do you just remember that? Is that because you saw it when you pushed that shit into the lake? I know everybody that came out said Sammy was never friends with Kylie. So can somebody please explain to me why everybody went along with that and said, oh yeah, let's let Samantha run this show? You know, it doesn't make any sense, you guys. I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, it's so hard to focus on this case and to find any truth in anything. Exactly, Scorpio. There was no sunroof. And Samantha made a point to say, oh, and there's the sunroof. There wasn't no sunroof in that damn car. So what is really going on here? Oh, Pamela. Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. And still, I haven't had anybody been able to tell me why, right? So if you remember during the press conference, when they brought out that poster of her and they were like, these necklaces, like if anybody finds these necklaces, let us know. Again, she's missing. How in the hell do you know that her necklaces are not on her? Right? you must have something to know that those necklaces are not on her. If you put it out there and you've got everybody looking for these necklaces, that shit doesn't make any sense. Just like the keychain at the search at the base camp. It's like, how do you know she doesn't have her keychain in her fucking on her keys? Sorry for cussing. But how do you know that? That would have been my first thing as a searcher. I'd have been like, hello, can somebody help me here? Why? How do we know? Why are we looking for her keychain? How do we know she don't have her keychain? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. So many things. Well, Lassie, they must have been asking about the necklaces for a reason. And you know, it's funny. At the same time, they brought that out that they were looking for the necklaces was at the same time that the bald cop there said, we have a video of a fight. If anybody has more video evidence of that fight, please get it to me. And then they said, keep an eye out for the necklaces. So did they have a video of Kylie getting the shit kicked out of her? Did they have a video evidence of whatever happened? Because they knew that she didn't have her necklaces on. So I don't get that. No, I don't think AWP is going to release anything. Oh, I'm sure she did. Oh, see, no. Amanda, I can't listen to one more person defend Samantha. I freaking can't. So as far as the tow truck driver or Nick, the roadside guy, I honestly, you guys, I don't know what to think about it. I don't know what to think about it. Like I that's the problem. You can't discern the truth from the lies in this case anymore. Like you don't even know what's true. Like literally I question everything. I believe they're all freaking liars. See, that's the thing, Gray Wildflower. That's the thing. The autopsy said that she had 3 yellow chains on. I mean, wouldn't they say gold chains or would it be yellow? I don't know. I feel like, yeah, that's weird. Yellow, like, because they were gold. So wouldn't you say 3 gold chains were found with her? But I think, hey, Codswallop, good morning. But that would make sense, right? Because we were all throwing a fit about these necklaces. We're like, hey, how in the hell do you know she don't have her necklaces on? Like, what's going on here? And then we really started like questioning the cops and like, what is happening? So if they were to say, oh, well, she was found with those necklaces on in the autopsy, then we could all be like, oh, okay, well, there was no fight then. But did we forget that they told everybody that she didn't have the freaking necklaces on? Oh, really? Is that true? So they say yellow? I don't know. That just seemed odd to me. Maybe. You know what's really sad is if this is a true 100% true case and there's no, bullshit with that, is that look what people have to do to try to help. Look what people have to go through. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, this will make you, and I said that. I'm like, this case makes you never want to pick up another case ever. Like, it's so insane. Oh, laughingstock. I did not know that. See, that's the thing. In the beginning of this case, Lindsay said, my daughter would not drink and drive. She's like, as a matter of fact, she goes, I needed Kylie to come pick me up one day. And she said, Mom, I can't because I've had a couple of drinks. I mean, she swore up and down her daughter was not that type of person. She was too responsible. She would never drink and drive. And then look how quick that switched to. So they were pushing abduction then, right? Because they were like, oh my God, she must. Samantha's like, oh, my biggest fear is that somebody knew she was drunk and offered to drive her home and then didn't drive her home. And it's like, yeah, a few minutes ago in this interview, lady, you were talking about how you knew she was drunk and she couldn't drive you home. So who drove her car, Samantha? Was it you? And that's another thing. That is another thing that doesn't that doesn't make any sense. Is you back to Jeff's PI guy come back and said, yep, she's 18, but she doesn't have a driver's license. She's never worked, yada, yada, yada. Well, if you remember in that interview, she was sitting in whose car was she in? Because she was sitting in the driver's seat. We all assumed it was her car. And then when she was like, oh, Kylie called me. She was like, hey, do you still need a ride home? And she's like, no, like I'm in the car right now. I'm in the passenger seat being driven home right now. It's like, oh my God, like I just want to smack her in the head. Seriously. I want to be like, what is wrong with you? Like you think you're so slick. Like you think you're so smart. You know, it just, it makes me mad. I just, Kylie's mom is weird. She doesn't make any sense. And I don't mean weird. Like, I mean, like, she has, like, no emotional connection to her daughter whatsoever. Nobody thinks that's crazy. Namastella, we don't, but I'm pretty sure Squirrel Girl does because she had to call and verify some things before she came out with her video. Listen, Ashley, somebody said that he was, but I have his background check and it is not in there that he worked for that company. He worked for a PI. He was, so as far as I can confirm, no, it's not true. But could it be that it's not in his background check and he's doing it under the table? Could be. Yeah, Namastella. Cody Milne's family owned a tow truck company. But I heard, now again, I cannot verify this, but I heard that it was sold, that they sold it and the people who bought it just kept the name. Pamela, I did, but last I heard, she was in Kate was in Europe. Stop it. Stop it, CT. I've never heard anybody say that in my life. Like, did they watch the case with you and they were trying to be funny? Because I've never heard anybody say that. Oh, yeah, I'm in the car. I'm in the passenger seat. Like, that's weird. You'd be like, yeah, I'm in the car, right? Like, that's how I would be. Well, mystical. Hold on, I went too fast. Besides Casey Anthony, I've never seen a mother who was less attached to her daughter besides Lindsay. Yep, I'm in the car, right? Like that's how it would be. I can't take it. And I feel like I have to mention this because a lot of people are starting to be like, listen, is this even real? Like, are we all being played here? And I feel like if we're really, if we really are looking for the truth, then we need to look at every avenue, and I swear to God that if that is what is happening here, I'm done. I'll never pick up another true crime case ever. Because, I mean, that's just 4 months of digging and looking and trying to find truth and trying to get justice. And I'll never do that again. I said the same thing at the beginning, Dana. And that's honestly what made me get on this case. That's what made me pick up the camera that day. I made my first video because I was like, what in the actual F is happening here? I'm like, teenagers are running this show. And I think I did my first video on August 19th. But I was like, kids are running this operation. I'm like, Sammy's lying through her teeth. Her mother's acting like a fucking fool. Like all these things, nothing makes any sense. I was like, I'm calling everybody out. Screw it. I was like, I'm calling everybody out. I picked up the camera and just went at it. And that was how I got started in this. Do you know? Yeah, I know. And I know. There's a lot of things I can't say on here that, they tried to bring out to the public and make everybody believe and make everybody jump on. And I just didn't believe it. Well, I just looked at it like, what the fuck? What the hell is going on here? Seriously. I've never seen a case run like this. I've never seen kids in charge of investigating other kids. Like, I've never seen cops just let teenagers run this operation. I just never seen it. And I've never seen a mother that acted like that. Like, not like that. I was like, I just feel like something needs to be said here. So I just was like, you know what, Chad? I go, I'm not a true crime person, but I can't keep my mouth shut anymore. I got to say something. I just picked up the camera and let everybody have it. I was so mad too. I don't know if you guys have all seen that, but my very first video I did on her, I was calling everybody out. I was pissed. So, but that's the thing, you guys. I think that's what honestly, I think that's what a lot of people's issue is. And I understand that. I think a lot of people are like, I'm just so done with this case. Like, I'm just so done. I said the same thing. Listen, LE is charging the state how much for 20,000 man hours? You know who should get that money? YouTubers who spent all their time trying to investigate this case and look into these people and run these people. That's who should have got paid. And I'm not trying to say, listen, people should benefit off of other. I'm saying that what did the cops really do? Every time they came out with a press conference, it was nothing new. They're like, oh, yep, we've been searching here and here. We used this, this, and this to search. Nobody's coming forward. We don't have any leads. Oh, yeah, we covered up the boat rant, covered up. Yep. Yeah, that's what the press conferences were. And it's like, really, what did you guys do? Yeah, exactly, Kyle. CT Kyle, I know. Alicia, as far as that goes, you guys remember that when Jagger, I was like, you remember when Jagger put out that post and he was like, I know for a fact Kylie did not call roadside assistance. And I was all over that. I'm like, okay, Mr. Jagger, you claim that you weren't there, right? So how do you know she didn't call roadside assistance? But if you knew that she was already incapacitated at the time, then you can stand there and legit say that I know she didn't call. But somebody called. You know what I mean? Like everybody involved just freaking rubs me the wrong way. Mackenzie, I can't tell if you're trying to be funny or not, or if you're trying to be serious. Oh, gotcha. And not for nothing, you guys, but what about Jagger living at the lodge? I mean, hello, nobody else thinks that's super freaking weird. Like nobody's like, that's a red flag. Hi, Dal. I mean, hello. Yeah, and I can't get over. I'm sorry. What, baby? Yep. But I cannot get over that hug between Lindsay and Sam. Really? Do you know that do you know that somebody said that the other day? It was Karma, actually. It was Karma. And she said the exact same thing. And we brought up the picture and I was like, really? I mean, they could have. They very well could have. You guys, we could have. Is there anybody that wants to come up? Hold on, you guys. Give me 1 second.
It's cold downstairs. So where are we going?
All right, I'm going to run upstairs and do this because I'm freezing to death. Where's Mason? Oh, in there? Okay. All right, I'm going to run upstairs real quick. I will be back. All right, you guys, you guys got to run upstairs with me. I got to. All right, I got to move upstairs so my kids can play the game down here. So give me 1 second. I got to go upstairs. Okay, you guys, sorry about that. I had to transition upstairs. All right. So I missed what everybody's been saying. Okay. What did you say, Miss Kelly? Get out of there. Get out of here. Does that really happen? People really do that? Well, how you gonna get mad at your kids for interrupting you? I mean, you're doing something in your house, like, you know. I would never be like that. Oh, yeah. Mrs. Kelly, you could be right. I'm thinking more like I'm thinking a little bit darker. But I'm a mom first and I'm a YouTuber second. Natasha, they're talking about that picture that we looked at yesterday. Karma said the same thing yesterday. She was like, you guys are all going to think I'm crazy, but I think that's her daughter there on the left. Because none of us knew who that girl was. Oh, that's so sad, laughing stock. Okay. Does anybody want to come up here and have a discussion? Oh, Mrs. G, I'd love to have you up here. The train tracks go straight to the lodge and loop back down. Why? And there is no lake or pond for ice either. Oh, that's weird. That is super weird. Yeah, would you tell Karma? Tell him to get it together. All right, hold on, Mrs. G. I'll get you the link. Hannah.
Mm.
Can you go get your cat's
water? Can you put this up there?
Yep. Hold on.
Okay. Make sure no flies get on it.
Okay. Yeah, because we all need to know. You know, we all just want to know, like, what is going on. I too, and you know, not for nothing, you guys, but I still feel like, and I still feel like that was Kylie on that Neighbors app. If Nick is correct, and it really was 100% Kylie that he saw, then it very well could be. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna get my face off the camera now if it's okay.
Okay, yep, you're all good.
All right. Are my angels upside down or are they right side up? Because I can't tell.
No, now they're upside down.
Oh, they're the right side up this way?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I lost her. Oh, okay, she's back.
Then we exited it for a minute.
Yep, no, you're good.
Okay, great. I'm gonna get this a little bit straighter right here.
Me
Okay.
too. I believe that too, Amanda, about that blue van.
Oh, I can't see the chat at all now anymore. So
You can, if you go over, do you see on your right hand side? If you go over to live, it should give you all the comments.
live. Oh, chat. I see it. I see. Chat with everyone in the studio.
I said the same thing when I was on Watts's last night because I couldn't see the chat until I went live.
It's not showing up, so I'm just gonna hit the X and then just keep it like this.
Okay.
We'll just deal with it. Okay. All right then.
All right. So what's going on? What would you like to? You got anything?
The main thing is, it hit me this morning. I was like reviewing the Watts obsession when you were on panel yesterday, right?
Yep.
And I started breaking down, crying like a little bit ago, and I go, "My God, that would have been the moment when he was like saying all these things were the matter." You know, right after I would have took off because he said he left first, right?
Right.
I would have just called 911 and said, you know, this might not even be anything, but, you know, I think someone should check it out because I just have some kind of weird shit going on in my weird, you know, like how you pick up things.
Oh, me too, for sure.
You know, and it's like, to me, it devastated me because I came to realize that was it. That was the last chance that possible that anything could have been done.
Right.
And it devastated me, like completely, like I just bawled, you know, and I'm sure my husband was getting ready to go to work and he was probably wondering what's going on with his wife, but it's kind of like, it just is perplexing my brain right now.
Right. And especially with that just coming out about, not to go off subject, but real quick, with especially with that video with Gabby and those cops not helping her, and then she ended up dead.
Absolutely.
You know, so I get what you're saying.
That's the same exact thing I'm talking about. That one slim chance of a moment, you know what I mean, in history. And it's kind of like, it bothers me because I don't know. I had this incident in 2013 where this family moved next door to my house, right? And after a couple months into it, I started figuring out something was going on because the 7-year-old little girl always cried. She cried a lot, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, this isn't normal for a 7-year-old to cry as much as she did, because I have kids and I know that by the time your kids are 7, they don't want to cry all the time because otherwise people will call them a crybaby. You know how that is.
Right.
You know, and then I just started picking up weird stuff happening. And then in the middle of the night, she would cry. And then I figured out that they were like, that her dad was actually like abusing her, you know, and stuff.
Oh.
And like, I didn't have any like, like exposure to that kind of stuff before. I never even knew that kind of stuff existed in the world, right?
Right.
Like daddies, they don't do that to their babies, first of all. But she had a 16-year-old sister that the same thing happened to her. And it was just a horrible situation. But looking back now, the little girl came to my house and she would always want to play with my son. You know, she would always ask, can I play with Michael? Can I play with Michael? And because I was suspicious of what was going on at the time, I said no. And I feel bad now that I didn't give her a safe place to be when I could have had. You know,
but
and
you didn't know at the time.
Yeah, and she asked me like, can I stay here a while? I don't feel safe going home. Like, that's when I should have called the police for reals.
Yeah.
You know, saying that kind of stuff. So it's that one window of opportunity that comes and then it's gone and you can never have it again. So, but the other thing is that's very important at this point, because AAA is claiming to not have the footage, right, of Nick of Nick answering to that call.
Correct.
But Nick said that he has it in his phone. So, because I think he used his phone as like a navigation thing, maybe.
Yes.
Because he had it in his phone. And so that would give the time, the date, along with the location.
Right.
So that should be our next direction to go into seeking the answers to that.
Right. But
I mean, I'm willing to pay $1,000 to Nick if he's willing to come forward and provide the date and time that happened. Yeah, I'm putting it out in the web right now.
Oh, that's awesome of you. I think though that I could have been mistaken, but I think he said that he had his GPS coordinates on the phone.
Yeah.
But like he doesn't have the actual video on his phone.
No, right. But no, it would, I mean, what I'm saying is it would still provide the date that that happened.
Right,
Like
correct.
in history, you know what I'm saying? Like you go into the
Yes.
places where he was, that he had to go, and then it would be all listed there, I would imagine, or something like that.
Right, right.
I
Okay.
hope.
So Mrs. G is saying that, you know, she's willing to put up $1,000 if Nick will come forward and, you know, put out the information that he does have, his GPS to prove that he was there.
Right.
Right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because otherwise we're not getting anywhere.
I know. It's like running in circles, seriously.
You know, and I just think that if people don't have like an incentive to do something, they might not want to.
I
You know,
know. And
if there's no payoff, because see, that's the other thing. People don't realize that when people lie, you either have something to lose or something to gain
exactly.
for the reason that you lie. So which is it with this case?
Right.
Either way, Kylie deserved dignity and respect and
Yep, I agree.
and justice. And I, for one, am gonna get it for her.
Well, that is so awesome of you. I mean, and
I'm
that's
dedicated 100%. I'm getting I'm getting a tattoo of Kylie.
are you?
Yeah, I just decided that I was, because like when that little girl, you know, after they moved, I went and I got her name tattooed on my arm right here by my hibiscus. It says Emma right on the bottom of my arm right here for her.
I was gonna ask you, did she end up, I mean, what happened with her? Do you
They
know?
ended up moving to Manteca, and her mom ended up posting like their new address on Facebook.
Uh-huh.
Big mistake. So then
Oh.
I looked up all the property records for that street where they live on Gold Street in Manteca, and I hand wrote letters to their neighbors telling them about the situation, and if they hear her crying, to just call the police because she's being abused and tortured.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
Yep, and her sister's male African American boyfriend, which was a full grown adult, abused her too, and also her cousin.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I mean, I know the world we live in is just some people are just so dark.
And but after they moved, before I found out like where they lived before that, because they stayed in a hotel, you know,
Yeah.
for like 5 months, and God even told me the hotel that they were staying at. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. And I called because I wanted to be sure that I was right. And I called Motel 6 in Manteca, California, and little Emma's sweet voice came onto the phone. And I didn't know what to do, so I just hung up because I just wanted to mainly know that she was safe, you know?
Right.
But yeah, so that happened. And then after that, her mom posted on Facebook where they were. So I ended up calling missing. And I mean, I made a long report on missing and exploited children online.
Oh, okay.
And then a detective called me and asked me questions and stuff. And then they said, their neighbors have been getting letters. Are you the one writing them? And I admitted to it. I said,
Oh.
yes, sir, I am, because I'm trying to get help for this little girl while there's still time. Well, now she's like 16 years old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but all this, when that happened, that's what made me really crazy. I mean, people say I'm crazy. I'm way crazy after knowing about that case.
Right. Right.
But
understandably so.
getting back to Kylie, we need to get proof of the date and time, because otherwise I'm going to lose it.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's just another thing that we, again, have zero proof of.
I mean, how could they have this footage being missing? That's so negligent of them. I want to sue them for that.
See, now I'm thinking, now tell me how you guys feel, but I'm thinking that somebody could have very easily been like, listen, that tape doesn't exist. Get rid of it now.
Bullshit. That's like saying Kylie didn't exist. Let's all forget about her, like they're trying to do.
No, I'm saying they were told that, like, by somebody involved in this case, somebody higher up. They were like, listen, that tape, get rid of it.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying about AWP too. I'm not against AWP because of Jared. I'm against AWP because AWP. I know
Oh,
that.
okay, I see. You're not a fan of AWP?
No, it's not that I'm not a fan of them. It's because, okay, they usually work cold cases, right?
Right,
They decided to come in and work Kylie's case. Okay,
right,
that's fresh, just right now happening. Okay, they go underwater and they see Kylie firsthand, like you were saying on What's the Obsession yesterday. You said, like everything that is what we think is really real, and what they're trying to gaslight and make everyone think like, oh, this isn't happening. Yeah, it is, bitch.
right, right,
Like people think that, oh, you're crazy, Mrs. G, for saying that, no, this little girl's parents, they were both involved. They ran a brothel out of the house next door to me. Okay.
Oh my
After they
gosh.
moved, I went over there and I found a bag full of unused condoms there were like 200 to 300 of them.
Oh,
Okay. No one can convince me otherwise. I damn well know straight up. I put my phone and a little digital recorder on my windowsill and I recorded over 1,200 files. Okay. I have 3 composition books, 2.5 composition books full of notes that coincides with all my recordings and what they were saying word per word of what I could pick up at least.
right.
Like this was no joke. This really does happen in the world.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does happen in the world. And
You
I
know,
think I think unfortunately the world that we live in, a lot of people are they either don't want to get involved, they and I think that's one of the biggest things is people are like, well, I just don't want to get involved. I don't want to know anything about it. Like I just want to live my life and do my own thing. And that's where it comes in. And like you said, like, listen, I'm trying to help this girl. I know she's at home. I know she's being abused. Like, I'm not just going to be one to turn my head and say, do nothing.
oh no, and they lived right next door. They were threatening to burn down my house, sue me to take my houses away from me because I own my house and the one next door on the other side of me, and they lived on the right, and I own my house and the house on the corner. So they were trying to sue me, saying that they were going to sue me for my house, kill me, and walking by my window in the middle of the night, whispering like, "I want to rape you" and shit like that to me.
Oh my God.
Totally fucking with my head, dude. And it's like, and it doesn't matter to me. None of that. I'm not scared of the devil. I'm coming out with the truth no matter what. And if God gives them the power to take me out, then that's what's meant to be.
Right.
But I don't live thinking like that. I just live doing what I know I have to do to bring what's right to light.
Right. You do what you got to do to sleep at night.
No matter, yeah, exactly. And a lot of nights it took a lot to like hold myself back to not just walk over there with the silencer or something, and just end it, because it makes you feel that way at certain times.
Oh no, I totally understand.
You get enraged when you know that something is happening to someone that you can't do anything about. It will make you crazy.
Right. No, I totally get that. And for you, see, this is what I was trying to say to you guys to chat. Like, she's talking about being a neighbor and being concerned about her neighbor, right? But
Yeah.
I mean, we've got this town where Kylie belonged to. She was part of their community, and this happened, and I just feel it makes me so infuriated that nobody wants to come forward and speak up for her.
Well, it's
Like,
bad for business.
Where are all her people at?
It's bad for business. You only have people there if you're doing what you're supposed to do according to everyone else.
Right.
Then you have people there that will back you. But like if you're showing that you're like different from everyone else and you want out of there, or you're speaking up against what they do or whatever, then you don't got nobody.
Right. No, I totally understand. And it's like her mother said in that interview that we watched with her and Tony. And the mom was like, Kylie's a strong girl with her own thoughts. Like, she didn't think like all of us. Like, she wasn't in with all of us. She was doing her own thing. She was a strong person with her own thoughts and was not under everybody else's. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
she was not like everybody else. She was stronger. She was, she thought for herself. She was going outside of their community, and they just, to me, they couldn't have that.
I mean, the devil has his claws so deep in certain situations in this world that it goes deep. Like, for example, AWP, under normal circumstances, they go to where the lost ping showed.
Right.
In this circumstance, because of the Nick situation, roadside assistance, they went to Boca. Okay. In my opinion, that was a mistake. Even though they are allowed to make mistakes, everyone's allowed to make mistakes. But the thing is, those kids all said that, correction, they're not children. Kylie was the only child there. Okay, but
right.
everyone said no one saw her leave.
Right.
I mean, doesn't that make anyone think like, okay, wait, nobody saw her leave? That must mean she's still there. In my mind, that's how I think.
Right. I mean, I see where you're coming from with that. But again, I have no proof that she was there, period. I haven't seen any to date. So, I mean, there's just so many things in this case that make no sense. There's just so many things that we don't have any proof of, period.
I don't know how they missed going over the car like about 150,000 times.
Yeah.
Both in boats, divers, helicopters, air balloons. There wasn't even a guy out there hang gliding or something.
Yes.
I heard something about that. Could anybody confirm that is really real? That I'm not like imagining.
Check it is a hang glider.
That's what I thought, that there was somebody even hang gliding out there. And it's like, I know the car was upside down. Okay, I know all that. But there's just no reasonable, logical explanation to everything they did.
Right.
And when internal affairs gets wind of this, and believe you me, they will, okay, because I put myself out there to missing and exploited children, detectives calling me, police officers. Guess what? Some cop from Antigua calls me up on my phone and says, "Oh, you need not to call this family because you're harassing them." You know what I did?
What?
I said, "Okay, no problem." So when I would just leave I would just leave a little clip. I would send her dad a little clip of her screaming. Another cop never called me again.
Oh, man.
Because if I'm sending him evidence of his own child being tortured, I'm sure he's not going to turn over to the police and tell the police I'm harassing him.
Mm-hmm.
See how I work?
Right.
That's how the fuck I work. You want to have the cops call me to tell me not to harass you? Well, I'll send you little clips of your kid being tortured by you and other people. Now turn that into the cops and have them call me not to harass you again.
Right. Yeah, that's insane.
That's how the fuck I am, and I don't care.
Yeah, no, that's totally crazy. So where do you stand on Squirrel Girl's interview with Nick? Where do you stand on what he said?
I think that that guy is probably thinking, like he's like us. He doesn't know what to think, but thinking about it in reality, it's kind of like that was the only open sliver of a chance that we had for Kylie still be here. And it just kicks me in the gut like no tomorrow. It wrenches at my heart. But now that we know that the fire cam is not good,
right?
Okay, that completely makes that shit go out the window.
Yeah, I for one always thought it was bogus.
I mean, the FBI needs to investigate SF.
For real.
Because you know what? He keeps putting all this shit out there, and then he sat on this information for 2 weeks.
Yep.
Before he even put it out. Like, bro, what were you doing with it?
Right.
Literally, 2 weeks is how long they fucking took to find Kylie.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
And it makes me like dumbfounded, flabbergasted, brokenhearted, like somebody just fucked my brain, and think that I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and I'm not going for it. Like, I have enough people trying to like gaslighting situations around me to make me look crazy, because that's what they did to me when that was happening next door. They're like, if you call the cops, we're just going to say you're on drugs and that you're crazy.
Right.
That's what they do. That's what evil does. Okay. And not only that, they threw a party where they gang raped that little girl one night. And I had it on recording. The whole thing lasted 26 minutes. I took it to the kids. I took it to the kids' school, and I played it for the freaking principal's secretary over there.
Oh man.
But then a retired officer showed up over there to hear it, and I don't think he passed it on. Because after all, he didn't have any duty to. He was a retired cop.
Right.
And even if he was still active and even like on the clock, he still wouldn't have had to if he didn't want to.
Right.
You know, they pick and choose on who they bust and who they let go, and, you know, who they protect and who they bust. Everything.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I just find it so insane that, I mean, I want to hear from somebody that knew Kylie as a person. I want to hear from somebody that, you know, was in this life, knew all these kids, like knew Samantha, knew Kylie. You know, I want to talk to somebody that's like, yeah, like this is a fact. Like this is who she is. Like this is, you know, I wanted to, and I want to hear from somebody that is coming out to speak up for this girl.
Right.
You know,
there's another thing that keeps perplexing my brain as well, because a lot of times, like little bits and pieces of what Sam said in the original interview in the car,
yeah,
comes to play into my head, and it makes me think about it over and over again, trying to put it all together. And she states, and when she was emphasizing, for example, Mag's name, Magdalene, remember?
Yep.
Magdalene Larson.
Oh yeah.
Okay, right? So that she said Kylie went with Mags. No, she didn't.
Right.
Mags went with Kylie. Unless what she's really saying is true, and we've just all been mind fucked, like we already know we have been. But what's the deal with that? She said Kylie went with Mags. There's something to that.
And well, what her exact words were, Mags drove in with Kylie. And it's like, drove in. Like, to me, that's a weird thing to say. You know what I mean? Like, you don't drive into a party. You know what I'm saying?
But
like,
she didn't. What did she say that afterwards?
Yeah, that's what she said. And I'm actually getting ready to play that interview because.
Oh yeah, she drove in with Mags.
Yes.
Right.
Drove in
afterwards. That was like the next sentence.
Right. And a lot of people were like, drove in. You know what I mean? Like,
what the actual F?
Right. Right. Yep.
But a lot of that interview, there's a lot of more truth in her interview than people think.
Oh yeah, exactly. I said that. I mean, there's
like realistically only like maybe 5% of what she said is a lie, and the rest of it is all true.
Right.
In my opinion.
I'm actually going to play that because she did tell a lot. And do you want to stay on while I pull that up?
Yes, I will.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll be right here. Take your time.
All right, let me pull that up.
Sure. But the proof of Nick's record of where he was, being able to obtain that and get it from his phone is super duper important.
Right.
And
no, I agree.
The other thing too that's very important is it'll come to me again in a minute. It's just so much. I don't write it down, and that's the problem. But I just think that it's weird how Sam said she went with Mags, and then Lindsay didn't know that the 360 app was turned off until the morning, and then that's when she called Mags, and Mags went out there.
I thought it was Madeline who went out there.
Well,
the redhead.
Larson.
I think it was Maddie.
Larson, right?
No. I think it was Madeline Wicks who went out to Prosser because she was supposed to go camping with Kylie the next day, or at least that's the story. Yeah, because she met up with Madeline at Starbucks.
Well, at this point, you know what I'm thinking about now?
What?
I'm thinking that whoever is directly responsible for this, I'm thinking that law enforcement must already have them arrested. And that's why we're just going in circles, getting nowhere at all, just getting more lost, trying to find answers when they already have all the answers. And something else that's been coming into my mind the last couple of days is that perhaps all of this actually happened the day that photo was taken of her in the store. Remember?
I know what photo you're talking about.
Yep. Yeah, the photo that everyone's saying it's so photoshopped and everything else. Well, if it is or it isn't, I don't care. What I'm saying is I had the feeling that maybe that's the actual night that it actually happened.
Right, and that was what they were saying was the 5th.
Right, exactly.
6:08 p.m.
The 5th.
Right.
And everybody's thinking that the party happened on Friday from the 6th into the 7th.
No, they're thinking that the party was Friday night. So that picture was taken of her at the store Friday at 6:08. And then the party supposedly happened Friday night, early into Saturday morning.
But that doesn't even make sense because she was with Kate.
She was with Kate earlier on Friday. That's the story. They were making creme brulee.
Kylie supposedly didn't even arrive at the party until 10:30. Do you think that Kylie would have been seen at the store at 5 or so in the afternoon and then still stuck around that area for until 10:30? I don't think that's logical.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I don't believe that was her in that picture. We've torn that picture apart, and I don't believe that was her at all. So that was where I was coming from, was why are they having to fake a last known sighting of her if she was legit in the area? That doesn't make any sense. Why not give us a real picture of her?
Oh, and the other important thing to note too also is Nick, the roadside guy, was asked if there was anyone else around her, and he said there were people down here, but no one close to her. No, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So in other words, those people that were they I'm sure that, like, if I would have been somewhere, even if I've never been there before, because maybe some of those people weren't from there.
Yeah.
But I figure a lot of those people that were in that area are actually locals. So I'm imagining that somebody would have seen that roadside guy attend to that car on that specific time and day. And I would imagine, like, whoever was around the road driving or just pulled over, taking a look at the scenery, or whatever they were doing.
Yeah.
I think that it would have been something that would have stood out. A tow truck showing up in the middle of the day, like 12 noon, high noon.
Mm-hmm.
Something that would totally stand out, at least in my mind would.
Right. But
that could be something else that can coincide and also come into play that could concur with Nick's record of the time and the date of that happening. That would be fantastic if the witness to the tow truck being there could come forward and let us know that goes with what Nick has in his records. In other words, if he's willing to reveal that, or if there's a way that he can retrieve that and show us.
And I'm pretty sure, though, that group of people that he said was down there away from the car, I'm pretty sure that those he said those were kids, like those were teenagers. So I'm thinking, because this was at Boca, and again, I don't believe she was at Prosser. I don't believe the party happened at the sanctuary. I don't believe any of that bullshit story that Sammy wanted to come out with. But I do think that it makes a lot of sense that if she was in this car, or whoever was in that car when Nick showed up, and there was a group of teenagers standing, like, were they waiting for, is that when it happened? Like, were they waiting for her for a reason? You know what I'm saying?
In my mind, I picture like 50 feet or half of a block or something, or a block's distance away, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't be too far away because, like, those were like You have to keep moving on those roads unless you're pulled over in a specific area.
Right. Well, from what he was saying, they weren't in a vehicle. They were like standing outside. They were just standing around.
Like around a car or just standing
No,
out
like
littering?
yeah, like down. They were farther away from the car, but there was just a group of people standing there.
Oh, maybe they were all together, but they just wanted to seem like they were separate.
Right. That's what I'm thinking.
You know, like they were waiting for the tow truck guy to come and service them, and then once the tow truck guy left, they gathered again.
Right. Yep. That's what I'm
I
thinking.
see.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot more to this than all the adults in that town realize. Hey, your kids could be evil and you don't know, dude.
Right. Exactly. And unfortunately, we live in a world where parents will do whatever they can to protect their child, whether that means lying or covering something up or anything else, especially parents with money, power, and reputation to protect.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And,
Right.
that's a very big possibility. So let me pull up this interview.
Yes.
I mean, we've seen it a million times, but honestly, you can't. I mean, this told us a lot.
A lot. And you pick up a lot from watching it again, actually.
Right. Yep.
It's like seeing a movie and then you go, the second time you see it, you go, wow, I learned so much more or whatever.
Right.
It's like that type of thing.
Yep.
Like more clues are revealed all the time. We just got to look for them.
Exactly. All right.
Because, they want this hidden forever, sealed, signed, and delivered.
Yes, they do.
And we're trying to intercede with the delivery part.
Right. Yep.
I mean, what's the word? Obstruct them delivering the message that they're trying to.
Right. Yep. Okay.
Is this the same day that she did the interview in the car?
Yeah, it's going to that part. Yep.
Okay.
That's a good question about the Amber Alert.
Let me get there. I mean, that part right there where she was standing there talking, where she was like, listen, and she sounded very frantic. She's like, I don't care. Like, if you were there, if you know somebody that was there, like, you need to come to me right now. Like, I need all the evidence you got right now.
She's trying to pull in the ropes as fast as she could.
And that to me sounds like a desperate person trying to get rid of evidence. And that to me should have been, everybody's first sign that, whoa, wait a second. What is going on here? You know what I mean?
No one questioned it.
It's crazy. Like, I've never seen, and that was one of the first things I said about this case. I have never seen a cop hand a microphone over to a teenager and let them just have at it.
No one does that.
Right. Okay, let's get into this interview, you guys. Yeah, let's clap.
I know
for
you've been
her.
repeating yourself all day, but what's the latest? Tell us who Kylie Rodney is. Go ahead. I'll let you have the stage.
Yeah. Okay. So, thank you, Kylie.
I mean, I'm just gonna say something real quick. This girl claims to be her friend. Her friend is missing. She wants to claim that she's so worried about her, but look at her face. Does anybody see one sign of worry or care at all?
No. Let's see. I can't do it now because I only have my screen TV and my phone. But if somebody can look up the definition of a friend, that would explain the answer to you.
Right.
Yeah.
You're welcome. I know you're super busy. I know you got to be tired. I know you've been busy. I followed you at the press conference today, and I know you're a busy girl. And I just want to say I really admire what you're doing. You're amazing. You're only 18 years old.
Just a little quick note, real fast.
Yep.
I know that Tony Dodge is a creep and all that shit, but aside from all the things we already know that he is, I think he handled this interview kind of well by giving her these compliments and these things that he threw out there, made her have the certain reaction that she had coming back at it.
See, I know, and that's where me and Chad, because I said, I was pissed when I saw this interview because I was like, what is this guy's problem? He seemed more interested in flirting with this freaking girl.
But it's actually a good tactic.
Right. And that's what Chad said. He's like, Christy, nobody's going to come out and talk to you if you're being a bitch, like.
That's
What
it.
the heck? He did what he had to do to keep her talking.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm 18.
It's outstanding for a young girl your age to. But anyway, nonetheless, I know you're pressed for time, and everybody's wanting to know what's the latest. What is, well, I'll let you take it from the top. Who's Kylie Rodney? Let's go back to the beginning, I guess, real quick. Just give us a rundown.
Totally, yeah. So Kylie is one of my close friends. We met through mutual friends, and we became closer in the past year to coming months recently.
What does that even mean? Coming months, like coming months that haven't came yet?
In my opinion, that's the length of time that this has been in plan, in
Right.
motion.
Right. That makes sense.
This whole thing took flight in the time period that she's claiming that they became close.
Oh, I 100% agree that whatever happened to Kylie was totally premeditated.
The time span that she's describing is exactly it.
Right. That makes sense.
And she is just a light in a lot of people's lives.
And I'm sorry to keep pausing this, but did you see how she had to pause in that hesitation before she could talk about her? Like she had to, like she did not want to say those things about Kylie.
No, but the first thing she realized really fast in her brain, reflecting on how she looks, is she had to come out with something positive about Kylie so she doesn't look like the villain.
Right.
You know, wonderful. She's smiling all the time.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's exactly like your husband said. You know, if you're going to come off being defensive, then she's going to automatically feel that way as well.
Right.
She's caring. She's beautiful. She's there for anybody who has ever needed her. She's very outgoing. She's outdoorsy too. She loves the water. She loves to sing.
She loves the water. I mean, that's a
huge thing.
Right.
Her voice is
Why
just amazing
the water?
too. And
Exactly.
Just a beautiful girl, and we all miss her a lot. And so
yeah, I'm sure. You saw her at the party, right? You were at the party with her?
Yes, I was the last person to contact her after the party, and I was with her base.
I mean, first of all, how can you say that? How can you left the party? How can you say you're the last person to talk to her?
Because she got the title. She took home the title. So she had to say what happened to the loser.
Right. No, I get where she's coming from, but I'm saying people weren't like, whoa, how can you say that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but to be real about it, she took home the title.
Right. Yep.
Throughout the entire party, I was
No, it's okay. It's okay.
With her,
I know you got a lot going on. I get it.
I'm at the team-to-team meetup, so there's a lot of
everybody's wanting to talk to you, and like I said, I greatly appreciate every minute I have.
Sorry, what?
Mag's boyfriend walks by and distracts her, and then she forgot her script.
Oh, I know. And when he walks by, though, is right when she starts talking about Mags.
Right. To throw that
can you take a quick look at this photo? Is this what can you confirm whether or not she was wearing this at the night of the party? Is that what she was wearing?
Yeah, so that top is exactly what I saw her in. If you can see on her left side, on her hip, you can see some skin. She was wearing a black bodysuit.
Bitch.
I remember because we went to the bathroom together.
Bitch. It's like, don't talk about Kylie's skin.
I know.
That just really gets me wrong, that little part right there where she talks about that little bit of skin on her left side. That just really irks me bad.
What do you think about the bodysuit that was found on the road between Boca and Prosser?
It's just another decoy.
You don't think it was hers?
I mean, I don't think that it was hers, no, but it's just another decoy. It's, throw some more whatever out there, let them see if they could figure it out. That's what this whole thing was about, because Kylie was intelligent. This whole thing was about proving that Kylie wasn't as intelligent after all.
Uh-huh.
And that's twisted.
Right.
To do something like this, take a girl's life because she was smart and you wanted to prove that she wasn't. That's how I get it.
Right. Hey, Muse News, thanks for joining.
Hi,
Okay.
Moose. I can't see that you're there, but hello, sweetheart.
You can see the things I pull up on the video, right? The
Yeah,
comments. Okay. Okay.
In the woods together a couple of times, and so that's her shirt right there. The pants were different that she wore to the party. She was wearing green Dickies pants, but that belt is definitely what she's wearing too. I remember watching her have to take it off when we were using the restroom together.
Again, red flag number 4. You don't have to take your belt off to go to the bathroom. Everybody knows that. There is something with that belt, and I still
So
say that.
that's the beginning of the end right there.
Yep.
That's when she, in my opinion, was jumped.
Right. Right. Like,
Because that was the perfect opportunity. She was in a vulnerable position.
oh, you're thinking when they went to that, when she was going to the bathroom, that's when they got her.
Yeah, because she was in a vulnerable position, totally trusting she's going to, you're going to go into the woods to pee with your friend.
Uh-huh.
And you're thinking nothing of it.
I mean, I just can't get past the fact that, so this is the part, okay, this is one of the things about the party that I just can't get behind. I just can't, is because, so supposedly, Kylie went there because Mags needed a ride to the party. So Mags convinced her to go to the party, right?
Right.
That's the story. But, and then Mags decides to leave 10 minutes in. So Jagger's not there. Kate's not there. Mags is not there. So you're going to tell me that Kylie just stayed at a party with none of her friends and just stayed there by herself? I don't believe that. You know what I mean?
Sam.
What?
Sam claimed that she left at 12:25.
Say that again.
Sam's, except for Sam. Sam was left as well, remember? But she left at 12. Get this, the timing. She claims that she left at 12:25, right? Then we all were under the impression with the fire cam that Kylie went into the water at the same time. Her phone last pinged at 12:33.
Uh-huh.
And then at 12:36, so 8 minutes after Sam left, she claims she talked to Kylie at 8:30. I mean, at 12:36.
Right.
It's illogical.
Right.
It's nobody that has any kind of comprehension of anything in this life would go for that.
Yeah. Okay. Let me,
We were out using the outdoor restroom, if like popping squat, basically. So, yeah.
That was just released from the Placer County Sheriff's Office. This picture, I just found it on their Facebook page.
Yeah.
So there's talk about this top, the spaghetti straps top. Some people are saying it was found at the area. Can you confirm that, or is that
so that has not been confirmed. If it has not been posted on our Find Kylie Rodney Instagram page or on the website or on the Placer County Sheriff's Office Facebook or anything, then it is not true, and it is not something that people should be following on or trusting. The information will be posted and will be coming from us when it is confirmed. So to let people know what to look out for, if a changed shirt or something. So yeah, that has not been confirmed.
Something else came to mind.
Hold on, let me pause this real quick. I got to get back
at
over
the
there.
night of the party, the last time.
Okay, what's up?
Something else came to mind. I'm getting the awful feeling now that perhaps Kylie was looking for Sam to take her home, and Sam was playing games, like almost like a hide and seek game with her. And by how everyone was describing how Kylie was mentally, like in her behavior and her actions and everything, how she was, right? Her state of being, I should say. It almost seems to me like Kylie, being the true sweetheart, genuine person that she was, right? She was looking for Sam so that she wouldn't be leaving Sam there, like Sam left her there.
Uh-huh.
You get what I'm saying? Like, she was looking for Sam to make sure that Sam had a ride home, but Sam was games, like just not telling her where she was. It's like a sick game of some sort.
I think the whole thing was Sam, I believe Sam did not like Kylie at all. I believe she was jealous of Kylie. I believe that, you know, I believe that Samantha was a big, big, huge part of this happening to Kylie.
Well,
And, you know, people can disagree with me all they want, but I mean, that's just from what I've seen, that's where, you know, that's where I go.
well, Megan comes on Captain Kirk, and I think she slipped and said, Sam told me that she fought Kylie that night.
Yeah.
And
I did not hear that.
yeah,
I didn't watch that either. She's actually in here.
I was
Megan.
I was there. I was on that Captain Kirk's live that day. And she said, Sam told me that she fought Kylie that night, and then nobody ever asked any more questions about that. And we've never heard about it, anything about it again. And now Sam's saying that the family wants her to not talk about it and let everybody talk their shit and think whatever they want.
Uh-huh.
So
that's crazy. I mean, we heard.
What I'm saying is, if I just got into a fight with somebody, I'm not going to be calling them, asking them if they still need a ride home.
Exactly. I don't believe Kylie did call her. I never believed that.
But the cops know all this shit already.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I believe the cops know exactly what happened. Did I lose you?
No, I'm
here.
Oh,
Okay.
Let's continue with the video.
Okay. Does anybody else want to come up and join the panel while I'm over here on this screen? I know, Barbie, you said you did. You don't have to show your face if you don't want to. You can just do what I do. Megan, if you're still in here, if you're interested, you can come up. I'll be, you know, respectful. I'm not going to attack you or anything. Okay, Natasha. I'll put the link in. Just let me drop that real quick. Give me just a second, guys. Yeah, if you want to, you can. If you don't want to, Barbie, that's totally fine.
Real quick, while we got a second right here.
Oh, you're good.
I see Moose News on the screen. She showed on her live the other day a message coming from Alora, someone to someone else, saying that Wayne Wu's son was at that party where that girl was just found dead.
Uh-huh.
That was a message from Alora to someone else. And it was like in the very beginning. I want to know who that lady Laura is.
Wait, say that again.
Okay, on Moose News the other night or the other day, I don't know if it was night or morning or whatever time of day it was.
Yeah.
But she showed a message on there on her phone, off of her phone, of a lady named Laura.
Okay.
With a complicated last name underneath it. But in there, she says that Wu's son was at that party where that girl was just found dead. Came up dead. Or something to that effect. And I want to know who that Laura lady is.
Muse News, do you know? Do you want to elaborate on that? Yes, that was okay, let me pull that up. Whoops.
I'm gonna mute myself for a minute.
Okay, you're good. Okay, Muse News. I'll have to check that out. I must have missed that somehow. It will not let me pin that, Lassie. I don't know why. It's not giving me that option. It only says put it up on the screen or star it. So I don't know what's going on with that. Can you pin it on your end, Lassie?
Moose News is saying that it was on the story about Wu.
Right. Yep. Well,
So,
yeah, I'll have to try to,
I
because I
wonder if
didn't.
Woo's son is the one that was actually with her.
It very well could have been.
That's what I'm kind of coming to the conclusion almost to.
Oh, it won't let you, Lassie. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the video and the link. I'll post it one more time if anybody wants to come up. But it won't let me pin it. I don't understand why. Okay, let's get back to this video real quick.
Time you saw her, can you tell us about, I guess, give us a rundown of the party real quick. What I understand it was a large gathering.
Yeah,
100
so it was supposed to be a senior farewell party where all the seniors and everybody from around our area, like Tahoe and Truckee and Incline and Kings Beach, were supposed to be there. They were invited there because it was supposed to be like saying goodbye to your favorite seniors before everybody starts going off to college, because soon enough here people are going to start leaving and moving out. And so Kylie's a senior, or she graduated early, so she's considered a senior, and I was a senior, so every senior was initially invited to the party. And as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked with Kylie, and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together.
Like, that doesn't even make any sense when she says that. Like, we hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together.
Well, if she would have went with her, she would be even more of a suspect.
Well, I get that, but I mean, it doesn't, the way she said it, it's like double negatives. It just didn't make, I don't know, didn't make any sense to me.
She doesn't make sense anyhow.
I know.
She came with her best friend Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah,
that's where he walked by the window and she got distracted.
Exactly.
Yep.
To the party.
He's right there.
And then she gives some type of confirmation of some sort.
Right.
Real quick, I understand it was a large gathering.
Yeah, so it was supposed to be a senior farewell party where all the seniors and everybody from around our area, like Tahoe and Truckee and Incline and Kings Beach, were supposed to be there. They were invited there because it was supposed to be like saying goodbye to your favorite seniors before everybody starts going off to college, because soon enough here people are going to start leaving and moving out. And so Kylie's a senior, or she graduated early, so she's considered a senior, and I was a senior, so every senior was initially invited to the party.
Like, she's already in this interview, and the mother did the same thing. Speaking of Kylie in the past tense.
And as well, all grades were invited just so that they could say goodbye. So I had talked with Kylie, and I had known she was going beforehand. We hadn't planned on going together, and we ended up not going together. She came with her best friend Mags Larson. Magdalene, sorry, is her first name.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, and so she came with her, drove in with her, and then Mags ended up leaving about 10 minutes into the party with her boyfriend, Ross, Mags's boyfriend.
Okay. I have an issue with how she said it was a party, to say goodbye.
Right. Right. Say goodbye to who, Kylie?
Maybe I'm reading way deep into that, but I'm trained to do this now after Emma. After what happened next door, torture and abuse and foul play is easy for me to pick up.
Right.
I'm just saying my radar is on one.
Yeah. Yep. No, I hear you.
And say goodbye. It's the senior say goodbye party, but all grades were invited.
I know.
It's like she's putting it out there like this was actually her last chance to kick Kylie's ass.
Right. Right.
Because she didn't like her.
and not only that, but Mags is only 17. Mags was not in Sammy's graduation. Mags did not go to school with Kylie. So somebody explain this shit to me.
My God, that is so weird.
I know. I mean, none of it makes any freaking sense.
It wasn't because Kylie was with with Kate at her house getting shit faced all day. And that's what the whole plan was, for Kylie to be with Kate so that Kate could get her shit faced. Then, in my opinion, I think Mags actually drove Kylie there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Kylie drove herself there. I think she was driven there.
Yeah, very well could have been. You know, I mean, wherever
Because
this took place, you know.
How everybody explained how she was, like her state.
Right.
If she couldn't drive home, I don't believe she even drove herself there.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't believe that it happened, you know, like they said. I don't believe there was this big party. I don't believe any of that. But I do believe that Kylie was lured to this area, wherever it was, and this shit was done to her.
Well, which makes me pissed at AWP again, because Doug says, you know, it's all up for speculation. Well, we don't want it up for speculation. You guys have first everything at it, you know?
Right.
We don't want to have to sit here and speculate. Look, you guys said this is an absolute crime scene.
Right.
Straight from Doug's mouth. Okay. Something is wrong. They could have stood up and said, no, we don't agree that this is an accident. How we found Kylie, how she looked, that everything is. Doug even said, there's no way that no one knows. He said somebody knows about this and several people know about it.
Right.
And then they just turned their back and didn't do anything.
Yeah, I believe everybody knew about it. I believe everybody knows exactly what happened to her.
And that say goodbye thing, it's not just say goodbye because everyone's going off to college. They're saying goodbye, like goodbye forever.
Yeah, and it doesn't even make any sense the way she said it. Like, oh, it's a senior farewell party, so all the seniors were invited. I mean, all the grades were invited. It's like, dude, please, you know, seriously. It doesn't, you know, listen, and I've said these kids are not dumb, but at the same time, like, they are, because they let some of the stupidest shit come out of their mouth.
Well, I was damn well there. I was there. I didn't go to the right place because the devil prevented me from getting there and finding out what really happened. But
yes, you did go there, didn't you?
Yeah, I just came back from there the week before last.
Oh, okay.
And I was just around the corner. I went to the boat ramp, to the actual boat ramp, and when I started going down the boat ramp, I started feeling freaked out. Like, I just started feeling this feeling of panic and desperation.
Dang.
And then this thing came over my body and I was just wigging and I started crying and shit. And I had to turn because I was recording it, right?
Right.
I had to shut it down. And then, because when I first got there, it really fucked me over. And then after a while, I turned my phone camera back on. I started recording again. And I brought my rain boots. I don't know what came into me to think about taking my rain boots, but I did because I wanted to get close to the water.
Uh-huh.
You know, I wanted to feel the water temperature for one and see what the ground was actually like near the water.
Okay.
And so I did that and I felt the water and the water didn't feel cold. I mean, as much as everybody seems like it would be, it actually felt kind of like almost moderate temperature to me. And I'm a person that gets cold really easy. So if the water was cold, I mean, going into the water, drowning is my biggest fear. But when I was there, it was everything that came over me was just overwhelmingly too much. And when I got by the water, my feet started to sink. I sunk like all the way down to my ankles.
Okay.
Spots. So there's no way that, like, if you're going to get close to that water that close, you're not coming out because it's like mud, like really soft mud, and you'll sink into it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and then I started walking along that whole beach section. If I would have just kept on going to the right, I would have made it over to the other side where it actually happened. But I was so exhaustingly tired from walking and I couldn't breathe. And I was overwhelmed with all the feelings that I was getting and all the visions that were coming into my head. It was just insane.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then I see the sign Truckee Way, right? I'm lost, and I see the sign Truckee Way. So I go, okay, fuck it. Here's the Truckee Way sign. I'll just take this road like the nut that I am. So I made a right and I ended up at the Marriott in Truckee. And so I check in the hotel room in there, and then I get in the shower like a little bit after 12. I get in the shower. I'm wrapped in a towel. I have a towel wrapped around my head, and someone opened my door to my hotel room, and I'm like sitting there.
What?
Yeah, and I never even got up though because I latch it shut every time I get a hotel.
Yeah.
So I latch it shut. So I knew in my head that they wouldn't be able to open it but 3 inches or so. But it tripped me out because he just kept on like kind of like forcing, trying to get it open, you know.
Oh my God.
And after a few minutes, I was like, hello. And then, you know, then he's like, oh, someone's in there. And then I called the front desk, and the idiot at the front desk said, oh, I just gave your room key to someone else.
Get out of here.
I promise you to God,
What?
as the light shines on this day, the
That's
guy said,
crazy.
I gave your room key to someone else. I thought you were in room 109 because I was in 108.
Wow.
Yeah. And they gave me a good discount off my stay, but I think I'm going to get a hold of headquarters because that's just not good enough.
Uh-huh.
You know, if you're going somewhere and you're paying almost $200 for the night, I'm trusting them to keep me safe while I'm there. And that includes not giving the fucking key to my room to someone else to come in and kill me.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
You know, because that's happened. Some ladies gotten raped because of that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Real quick. Okay, so Wilson Home, welcome. Natasha, welcome. Anything you guys would like to
Oh,
add?
Megan's on panel. All right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I
Hello?
can hear you.
Oh, who else is on panel again? I'm sorry.
So
Megan.
we got Wilson Homes in here and Natasha.
Oh, Natasha and Wilson. Okay, I gotcha. Wilson.
You guys got
Hello?
anything to add? Hello.
Hi,
Welcome.
yeah, it's just
Can you
it's
hear
just all
me?
a mess, isn't it? It's can you hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear both of you.
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I mean I've got my own theory from this. I mean I'm not still not 100% with Nick. I don't know why. There's just I've got doubts still there. You know, I've got theories as to why he might have come forward.
Okay.
Now, mainly because, I mean, one of the main reasons he might have done that is just to take the sting off him a little bit, you know, from social media.
Yeah.
That's just one possibility. But regarding the party, you know, I know Megan says that there was a party and things. There might have been, but I don't think it was at Prosser. You know, I think whatever happened to Kylie happened in that car where it was parked, probably, or shortly after that. If what Nick is saying is true and it was Kylie, then obviously they've drove somewhere after that, and it's happened there. It definitely hasn't happened at Prosser.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I mean, one of the other things is that on the 20th of August, round about 3 p.m., there was a report made, which I've got the call log of screenshotted. A call made to 911, which was in Penn Valley.
Okay.
And it was of a suspicious report of a vehicle being pushed into a 53-feet covered trailer. And the reason why they said it was suspicious, it's because they had no keys for the vehicle. So the report was passed on to, I think, CAD 14 or CAD 12. And then it was closed. So it wasn't even investigated. But it was a 53-feet covered trailer.
On the
What they
20th?
pushed the car into there. Now, me personally, I believe that on the 20th, that's where it was on its way to on Prosser on the 20th. I think that was her car in that trailer.
That very well could have been. Actually, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but there's a report. I've talked about it before. There's a report that came out on the 17th of August that her car was spotted by the Hurstdale Road sign, which is, for one, why I don't believe that her car was in that lake the whole entire time. I just don't.
No,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, absolutely not.
There was way too many people that just happened to see her car and call 911 for it to be a total, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not even entertaining that. Yeah, it just wasn't.
Yeah. And I think there was, I mean, personally, I think the guy who was on the Upchurch video, who was claiming to be Ronnie. I mean, I've found him on a couple of social media websites. He goes by a different name. He goes by the name of someone called Connor O'Hanlon. Now, it's definitely the guy. What I found, it's a younger version of him because
Christy, write that down.
the photograph that I've got of him is it's definitely the guy who was on Ryan Upchurch. Is claiming to be Ronnie. I think
Wait,
they
I
call
thought
him Milo.
that guy's name was Miroslav, though. I thought that's...
No, there was a Ronnie and there was a Miro. There was two different people.
Yeah, Myro or whatever.
Or whatever.
Now that guy is on. He's got a Facebook page, and he goes by the name of Connor O'Hanlon. Now,
Okay.
whether that's his real name, I'm not sure if it's his real name because I've tried to. I've searched and searched. I've searched the internet. God, how many times? You know, I've still not found anything. But I do know that. And I can't remember where I've seen this now, but he did attend Roseville High. So if anyone can look into that, yeah.
What did you say? What did you say his last name was? Connor
O'Hanlon.
what?
O'Hanlon.
O'Hanlon?
Okay, got it. Now, I cannot confirm this because I have just heard this, so I'm not saying that this is true, but it was going around out there that somebody that drove Sammy home, his name was Connor.
Yeah, that was O'Banion.
Oh, really?
That's a different one.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't hear any, I just heard that in passing. So
yeah,
I
feel like the guy who was supposed to have drove Sammy home was a guy called Connor O'Banion. This other guy, he goes, well, his name on Facebook is Connor O'Hanlon.
Oh, okay.
But I'm doubting whether that's his real name. I don't think it is.
Right.
He's an outsider that somehow connected, though.
But I do know that this guy, this Milo, the guy who was on the Upchurch video, I've got him on Facebook, so I know it's him. But he did say that he went to Roseville High, and I think it was on the website I found that. But he also said on Ryan Upchurch video that he lived in Roseville.
Where's Roseville High? Roseville, California?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not, I don't think it's very far. I mean,
obviously, the same town
UK,
no, it's not that far.
Roseville's closer to where I am, the San Francisco Bay Area, isn't it?
Yeah, and also
yes.
Roseville.
Isn't that where Exanime lives too?
No, Exanime lives in
but also Roseville is where Jules, the 15-year-old girl, was given fentanyl by Nate Kabakungan. And I've heard that, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that Nate Kabakungan was actually present at one of those parties, wherever it was. I don't think it was Prosser. I think if he was present, it was probably at Boca. Because when you think,
sure.
When
Isn't
you think
he like the town dealer?
When you think,
hold on 1 second.
Now, me personally, I've just linked these two. I might be wrong, I might be right, I don't know. But I've linked this Milo guy to Kabakungan for some reason. And it's just a hunch with me. But that's the only thing I can think of that links Roseville to the two of them. So I'm basically saying that he's probably linked somewhere along in the drug trade with him.
Oh, I mean,
oh yeah, absolutely.
That wouldn't surprise me. Natasha, you got anything you want to say?
I mean, I'm just basically agreeing with everything you're saying. I absolutely don't believe there was a party at Prosser. I never, ever even entertained that stupid fire video. I remember it popping up on my newsfeed and just literally being no.
Yeah.
And yeah, we don't know that there was a party. I personally don't think there was one. I remember just watching Sammy, that first interview, and just instinctually being like, why is she constantly grouping herself in the same level as the cops? I just found that. I remember before I knew anything, I just remember listening to her and be like, what? Because she kept going us, she was on the same level, and that just immediately struck me as odd during that time.
Right.
before I even knew anything.
Well,
And
this is
I
just the
really
beginning
feel like,
of Sammy's
sorry.
career. This is the beginning of her career right here.
Yeah, don't you feel like there's some kind of like weird, I mean, this is obviously just a thought, an opinion, or whatever, but like, don't you get the impression that this is like some kind of like initiation for her or something?
I mean, honestly, I think we're all making Sammy famous, which is not what I intended to like. I don't want to do that, but like we're giving her all this attention. But I do
Right,
believe,
I know, I hate it.
I do believe that she is a key player in this, and I just can't get that. I just can't get over that.
But like, why was she pushed in the front? Like, why did they just be like, oh, this girl's an egomaniac, she'll do it for us because we need someone?
I
Or
believe
like,
she
was
was
this something
chosen for
bigger,
that
like
role.
initiation?
Yeah, I think she was chosen for that role for sure. And she did what she did what she needed to do. And my thing was, and also, I'd be talking to my mother-in-law about this, and she was like, I don't get it, because her parents are lawyers. The first thing they would be saying is shut your mouth. You know what I mean? Like, you cannot go out there and say all this shit. You need to shut up.
Exactly. That's why her position was on purpose, for sure.
Right. Yep.
Can I just add something? I've just seen in the chat that this Ronnie guy who's supposed to be having an ex-marital affair with Zanime. Can anyone confirm that, or send you pictures or anything, just so I can confirm?
I
I mean,
must
I
have been
remember
there.
hearing that back in the day. I go back in the day, but you know what I mean? Like, I remember that theory popping up that they were connected, married, cousins, something along those lines. They lived in the same house. There was always that theory, or I don't know if there was proof ever. But I remember hearing that.
And one of the big things for me, you guys, I don't know if everybody else thinks it's a big deal as I do, but do you guys remember, we've talked about it a bunch of times, but that thing where it said that Venmo, where it said the Lost Trail Lodge paid Samantha Smith and it was a slice of pizza?
Yeah, the
pizza.
pizza.
I want to get the detail on that.
Yeah, what'd she pay her for?
Exactly. And I'm sorry, like, I hate to say it, but every time I see that symbol, pizza or anything, I think like
Keto.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
All the way. It doesn't mean anything else. That's all it means.
Literally, these people aren't that obsessed with pizza. Like,
for
sorry,
those that know what it means,
bubble.
It's not even the question.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, it literally isn't.
It's just super suspect to me that the Lost Trail Lodge is paying Samantha Smith for anything. I know there was somebody when we first brought this up that was like, like Samantha Smith ordered food for everybody at the search party, and that's why the Lost Trail Lodge paid her. I'm like, bullshit. I didn't believe that for 1 second.
And I don't care what the autopsy says. In my opinion, Kylie, there was foul play. Kylie was somehow harmed, and otherwise she wouldn't have been in the bottom of the lake.
Well, the autopsy doesn't even reflect Kylie at all. The height isn't the same. The hair isn't the same. She's got lungs or something of a 2-year-old. Like, it's just no.
Template. I'm sorry.
I mean, I've got to agree with Squirrel, Shanda. When it's quite possible. I mean, I'm sort of leaning more to this theory now. I know if Nick is to be believed, and I can confirm that nobody can.
I'd have to see the video.
He's telling the truth, but I'm leaning to the idea of that it wasn't Kylie in that car after all. Maybe she has been trafficked, and nobody can say she has, and nobody can say she hasn't.
Yep.
Because nobody's got any proof of anything, really.
Exactly.
Literally, there's no proof of anything in this case, period.
And that's what I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's what I keep saying is like, we don't have any, show me something that's 100% factual truth.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There isn't anything. All we know is that a vehicle was pulled out of the lake.
That's why it was so frustrating when you would hear people dismiss theories, and they would dismiss it like they'd take this like sanctimonious kind of approach, like, oh, I deal with facts, and the facts, quote unquote, that they were referring to was literally like hearsay from Sammy. I'm just like, no, nice try.
Right. Right.
Nice try.
Okay, so let's jump back into this video and let's get this over with so we can move on.
Just before you play that, I'm just going to hop down. So thanks for having me up
Oh, thank you. Thanks for coming.
and keep up the good work.
Oh,
Oh
thank
my God,
you.
I'm in a parking lot and
Thank you
3
so much
nuns
for
are
your info.
walking
God
by.
bless
It's
you.
very weird.
Bye.
All right, thank you, Wilson Holmes. What'd you say, Natasha?
Nothing. I was just in my car in a parking lot, and as we're talking, 3 nuns are walking by, like in
Oh.
old school, like full head to toe. I'm just like, whoa.
Okay, let's get back over here.
And told Kylie goodbye and everything, and they were never planning on like leaving together or staying together at the party. They just went to the party together because they were hanging out earlier in the day. And then I saw her the second she got there, and from that moment,
See, she just said that Mags rode into the party with Kylie because they were hanging out earlier in the day. But we were told that Kylie and Kate were hanging out earlier in the day.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, this
what-
is so silly. Like, how is no one like? Yeah, like
In my opinion, Kylie was getting shit faced with Kate so that she would be inebriated. And then Max came and picked up Kylie in Kylie's car and drove Kylie's car there. And in my opinion, Sam was
where's
supposed to
there?
drive her home.
Where are you talking? You talking to wherever, like Prosser or?
Yeah, to the party.
Oh, see,
Okay.
I'm not even convinced there was a party. Like the possibilities are so endless because there are no facts and there's such a creep level going on. And yeah, like there could have been like some weird thing happening before this date. This could have been, like you said, like in the lodge ritual. Like this could
Right.
be literally.
We don't know.
Yeah.
Well, what I do know, what I think I know is that by now, whoever was in that car with Kylie, if Nick is telling the real truth, because I, for myself, would have to see the video of it as proof, okay? But say if that was real, whoever was with Kylie, they're already locked up. And they're just not telling us.
I don't know. I feel like that's doubtful the way how shady everyone is being in law
Yeah,
enforcement.
the way the investigation has been ran.
But if it's a prominent person in society, then their parents could be keeping it from getting out. I mean,
well, I think if it's a real prominent person in society, I think they weren't going to be touched in the first place.
Yeah, they were 100% protected since the jump.
Yeah, there's a party every weekend. Squirrel's right.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy though? I have text messages from Boca, Prosser, and 2 other lakes in that area from the rangers and the hosts of the campsites.
And no one was there.
The guy said there was no party at Prosser. There was no mention of a missing girl, period, in this whole time frame, which I will bring them out to show them to you guys. But there's no mention of it. I mean, I believe that if there was a party there, they would have been talking about that in this clip because it was in these text messages. You know what I'm saying? Because they did talk about parties happening at Boca every weekend, but they did not say that about Prosser.
At this point, I want to get back to Truckee, but it's like the weather's getting bad there, and I don't want to go up there and just not be able to get in by the water where I need to be.
Right.
Yeah, and honestly, like I don't want any good people even going in that hellish town. It's so scary to me. It just gives me like I feel like the whole town is just like this cloud of darkness over it, and they're all like, I don't know.
It's true, but my whole objective going there is so that I can see that where those cars were all driving around to the left of where car supposedly say the fire cam was real, that they from where they were on the other side.
I mean, it's not though.
To the left, that if you could see the peninsula. I just wanted for myself to see if I have a direct view to where it happened. And I wasn't able to see that when I was there.
But yeah, but I mean, we all just need to understand that fire cam was not real. Like it just wasn't.
And I
like,
didn't
so like we shouldn't even like waste our time like just even if using the term if because it's just not like it was just complete bogus distraction idiocy.
I never believed that tape. And look what happened, though. I believe that tape came out for a reason. It just happened to come out right before they came out and had said, hey, guys, it was an accident. It was an accidental drowning. And when that tape first came out, what did I say? I said that I believe that this is a fake tape, and they're doing this to prepare us for when they come out and say it was an accident. And then, bam, what they did.
I'm torn between Nick and the fire cam. Because
What do you mean?
It lies. It lies between what's really up. You know
because the fire cam showed supposedly that her car went into the lake that night. If it did, she's saying if it did, then Nick is not telling the truth about seeing her the next day.
Well, I mean,
either that or it was the 5th earlier in the day.
Yeah, I don't know.
I kind of like, I think that Nick is, I'm not 100% sure, but like, I feel like Nick is telling his truth of what he thinks he knows.
Right.
I mean, like you said, we don't know. He could be mistaken identity that it was her. Was the license plate ever confirmed that definitely was her car, though? Like, I always asked that, and I felt like nothing ever came out of that.
We talked about this on Watt's channel last night because, she was like, I don't understand. Like, she's like, every time a tow truck comes, they have to verify the VIN to make sure that it's the correct vehicle.
Right. So there should never have even been a question whether it was or wasn't. It was clearly, you could tell.
Yeah, but the cops in that town, the sheriff needs to be shot at this point for being a fuckhead.
Oh, geez.
Oh.
Oh, geez.
Sorry.
I mean,
but I'm saying, like, yeah, so there had to have been, he had to have verified in order to say, okay, 100% verified that it was Kylie's vehicle. Then he had to have verified it in some way. No, he didn't come out and say we took the pin. No, we didn't. He didn't come out and say we wrote down the license plate. But in order for them to verify a vehicle, right, they have to do it.
There would have had to been some kind of confirmation for him to even do his job. Yeah.
The VIN with the person's name, with their insurance number, policy, and that's it. And none of that ever even came out.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And all they said was the videotape that from Nick roadside was confirmed. What was confirmed? Yeah. I don't have any confirmation of anything other than.
Yeah, who confirmed that, and who said that it was confirmed? AWP?
No, Nick said that it was confirmed that it was her vehicle.
No. A law enforcement came out and said that it's been confirmed.
Oh, law enforcement you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
I don't know that it's been confirmed who it actually was, but it was never disclosed on actually who it actually was. In my opinion, the whole time I was thinking that they didn't see Kylie, they saw somebody else that looked like Kylie and somebody else that looked like Jagger. But what the hell?
That's what I'm saying. That was the one thing when Squirrel Girl's video came out. That was the one thing that I was like, whoa, wait a second. Because I was 100% like, I was sure that he did not see Kylie. It was not Kylie. It was somebody pretending to be Kylie.
That's what I thought.
You know what I'm saying? That's really, and still, even after hearing that, now this is not against Squirrel Girl. I love Squirrel Girl. I think she's totally honest in what she does. I think she's not out there to play anybody. But I'm just saying the information that was given to her from Nick. Oh my God, I just totally lost my train of thought. What I was saying.
Yeah, there's
the information that was given to Nick.
Yeah. About her. Like, I still don't know. I still don't 100% believe that it was Kylie that he saw. Just because there's so many
the
people
seatbelt situation is odd.
Alike.
Yeah, and the seatbelt situation is odd. And like you said, if someone was in distress, when he's leaning in to show her, because he made it seem like he had to like really show her how to buckle a seatbelt weirdly. And if they have to get close, right? They're leaning in. So it would have taken nothing for her to just turn her little head around and been like in his ear, help me.
Right. Or I need help. Yeah.
And a super low key way where the other person wouldn't have known.
Right. Right.
When you're in that situation, you don't think like that. You just don't. You're just like
Yeah, I get it. Like freeze, there's freeze, fawn. Like I get all that. But I mean, it still is. If you're already thinking, have the wherewithal to strategize, asking questions to stall him, I feel like you would also be in the mindset to be able to be like, help, you know?
I thought I would think that those were like clues for him to reach out for somebody else to go out and help.
Right, like you were
He was
saying
like
earlier.
hinting, giving little hints, like going in the opposite direction of the car of the other guy. I mean, you know, playing like almost like a tag thing around the car. It's like whatever.
Right.
And
Right.
I almost feel like based on the description, it really sounds like it was that like Nate H guy.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't as tall. He had freckles. He had the shaggy hair.
That doesn't match Jagger. But either way, like Moose News was saying, Kylie's phone was dead. So law enforcement knows who the fuck made that call to AAA. They flat out know. It's not a question.
Right, but that's the problem that we're having now, isn't it? Like that's the problem that Squirrel Girl was saying, is that Nick's work is saying, listen, there's no videotape. You weren't there that day. I mean, are they really going to come out? And they're not going to come out and verify anything because they don't want any part of this. They're like, listen, this didn't happen.
But he
doesn't. Yeah, when they said that you weren't even there that day. When they said that you weren't even there that day, that is like, yikes.
Well, that's
when I would have been like,
telling him
I need to get out of here.
Right.
Unless they had the power to pay off Nick for Nick to erase all of his records of being there, then that's different. Other than that, I'll put up $1,000 if Nick can come forward proving where he was and at what time.
Right. Okay. So everybody out there, like Nick, if you can hear this, if anybody wants to pass this on, there you go. Mrs. G is willing to put up $1,000 for him to prove, like, show us your GPS, show us your phone, prove that you were there that day.
Otherwise, we're getting nowhere with this case.
I mean, you guys think about it. We're 4 months into this case and we still have zero facts. It's so insane.
Like,
I don't know. I just have faith that things are going to slowly be revealed, because darkness doesn't win.
Like, I would be cool if I knew whoever was involved was at least behind bars already. Then I'd be all right. I mean, somewhat.
I don't really have any faith in that, considering what we've seen. But I just feel like God is working, and I think that we should keep talking about it. Don't let this die out. Yeah.
All right, let's get back into this video.
We were pretty much seen together all around the party. We would break off for mere moments from each other to go talk to other people or to go do other things, but we would always come back to each other. We were just going around the party. We were drinking the same drinks, being teenagers, throwing glow sticks into the party, and it started to grow really big. I would say around 10 to 10:30. It just blew up. Like, it started to...
What's that?
Right when Kylie showed up, it started to get really big.
And those fake eyewitnesses that, I assume were fake, since I never believed them either.
Oh yeah, Jane Doe 1 and 2.
Yeah, like never ever once believed that.
Me either.
But they mentioned the 1032, and 1030 always popped up a lot in this case whenever these like weird fake witnesses and liars would pull up. You know what I mean?
Yep. The one who Miss I only drink in Spain. What the hell are you doing at the party then?
When I heard that, I was like, this is clown stuff at this point. I can't.
Me too. I was like, is this girl for real?
Well,
I was like, why is she like, why are we even taking her seriously? This is an actual joke.
Exactly. Yep, I agree.
Well, I was getting overwhelmed, and I'm a very social person.
What'd you say?
I only drink in Greece, and I never even the hell been there.
I know. I know.
A lot of these parties, I've never been overwhelmed.
Literally silly.
I've actually been underwhelmed, but at this party, it was very large. Like, it was.
Like, that bugs me. I'm sorry to keep pausing this. We're never going to get through this, but it just bugs me that she says that. Like, I was overwhelmed. I've never been overwhelmed. I've actually been underwhelmed.
That's
and it's like she's trying to to me, she's really trying to sell it. She's trying to sell that this party was big and scary.
Bigger than any party
Wow.
we've had in Truckee all year, and for a lot of years past. There were people from what we think Sacramento, San Francisco. I remember talking to somebody who was from San Francisco,
Wow.
Reno, Folsom, areas that were just
Because they wanted
way out
to,
of reach.
she wanted
Sorry.
to build a story where a kidnapping could potentially have happened.
Right.
Where like these mystery, strange characters were in the area that normally aren't.
Right.
That's
And
what
just
this was
keep,
about.
I want everybody to just keep in mind that as we listen to this, they wanted to paint this picture that, okay, this is what I want to say. Everybody just keep this in mind as you're watching this interview. The picture of her that came out on the socials or on the security footage, right? That I believe is not her. I believe is a faked picture of her. Okay. Now they needed this party, this big, wild, out of control, all these older, strange men there, all these drugs, yada, yada, yada. That would have been the perfect way for them to be like, oh yeah, she disappeared from here. Because I still can't get past the fact that if she was alive at the time of that, at 6:08 on Friday, if she was alive, why they would have to fake that freaking picture. You know what I'm saying? So this party would have given them all an out. It would have been like, okay, well, people will believe that she disappeared from this wild, out of control party. You know what I'm saying?
And make it harder for them to pinpoint actually which direction to go with it.
Well, it's easier to believe that she went missing from this wild drug and alcohol fueled party than it is to believe she just disappeared out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So they were able to push that abduction theory right away. They're like, oh yeah, people will believe it.
Yeah, but more than that, it's more like try to find a needle in the haystack thing.
Right.
From it, and
To push the focus.
it was really
away from the
overwhelming and
community.
weird to see, but
Yes.
I didn't really think much of it. I just thought, oh, kids are around here, they have vacation homes up here, they're just coming to party because why not? So then Kylie and I were going around taking shots.
What was that?
She's talking about people having vacation homes there. That's a clue.
A clue to what?
A clue to where Kylie could have been.
Oh, you're saying at somebody's home.
Well, like, okay, for example, years ago, I went up to Tahoe. It was South Lake Tahoe at Kings Beach, right?
Okay.
My friend's parents have a cabin over there, so we stayed at the cabin for like 3 days. And so, like, what she's saying is really true. People do have cabins out there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Wait,
guys.
There's
Did
definitely to that.
Sorry, did you ever hear that story of, I don't know, I remember hearing it, and it was like this couple, and they were supposed to have a Airbnb in Lake Tahoe, and something fell through the first night they were supposed to have it, so they got stuck in Truckee and had some Airbnb, and they were talking about how everyone in the community was so creepy. It was like straight out of a horror movie. They were all watching every move they made. They never called the police, but the police was called on them, being like, who are you? What are you doing here? Kind of thing. And it was like, they were like, we need to get out of here. And they literally left in the middle of the night because it was so creepy.
Oh no, I did not hear that.
Yeah.
Me either.
I did not. Okay, let's get
shots and just drinking. We were trading drinks with each other. We were sharing drinks with each other. We would go back to her car to get some alcohol.
I just want to be like, shut up, Sammy. Like,
I know.
up.
Right now, though, right there was where Chad was like, yep. He goes, they fucking slipped her something and she OD'd. Right? Because people were like Chad was like, it would make no other sense for her to be like, oh, yeah, we shared drinks. We were drinking out of the same cup, you know. So
oh, yeah, that was my thing, too.
I get that. That's why I get a lot of people that they were like, yep, drugs. I get it. There was no other reason for her to act like that.
And to share that detail, because it seems so irrelevant, unless you were trying
it's not.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, wait, I look at
Sometimes.
that like, if what she's saying is true, then bitch, you should be at the bottom of the lake with Kylie.
I mean,
saying that you drank with her all night, bitch. What the hell?
Not for nothing, but Sammy should be behind bars. And I don't care what anybody says. She's 18 years old. She was drinking with a minor. She was doing all of these things. You know what I'm saying? Like she should be charged with that. Like,
I
why
said that
isn't she
the
being
judge
charged
too.
with anything? Why isn't fucking Lindsay in jail?
Exactly.
I mean, why aren't any of these people
Like, are we
being
not-
arrested?
I'm pretty sure that's against these things are against the law. Like, what is going on? How are they all like smiling still, skipping around? Like, it's crazy.
And do you guys remember when Sammy came out with that video? She had the headlamp on and she was drinking and they were partying.
That was the worst.
Yep, and she was like toasting the air with like
Yeah. Hello,
or,
she's
like-
18 years old. She's drinking.
I was
Why-
like, I have to go find
Yeah,
this
like-
bitch right now.
Why
We're
exactly?
in America, you're not allowed to drink at 18. Like last time I checked. So what
and you
is
put
going
that shit on
on?
social media. So yeah, you should be in jail. She should be in jail. She should be in jail. Lindsay should be in jail. There's so many people that should be in jail at this point.
The pictures that Sam posted on the internet of her being in the hot tub with some chick, and then the other one of her holding 2 beers. She was literally holding a Coors in each hand.
Right.
That means, in my
Wait,
opinion,
what was a hot tub
that
one?
means
I never
her
saw
parents-
that.
that
Oh,
means
you
her
didn't-
parents know on a regular basis that she does this.
Oh, that's the problem. They all seem to know. And this is not, Megan, if you're still in the chat, I'm not saying this against you, but Megan came right out and she's like, yeah, kids party up there. Parents know about it. Like, it's been that way for 20 years. And, you know, they all know that if you get drunk and you get messed up, then you sleep wherever you're at. So these parents know that these kids are out doing these things.
Well, we need to get to the bottom of who that lady is. That lady Laura that sent that message that was on Moose News channel.
I wonder, Muse News, if you're still in the chat, do you still have that message by any chance?
We need to know who Laura is.
Wait,
Okay.
what did Laura say? What I never heard of that.
She says Woo's son was at that party where that girl just came up dead.
Oh wow.
Yep.
I can't.
So, I know. I'm just so sick of it. Okay.
And then we went to her car to charge her phone, and we were talking about just random stuff, and then it's kind of hard to remember. And so, or no, we were talking about
Wait, who were you guys saying that walked by? You both
her
were like,
texting
and
your mom and
so-and-so
her
walked
charging her
by.
phone and stuff. And just about the party in
Hold
general,
on. Let me
and
pause this. I can't hear over it. Mags's boyfriend Ross walked by.
Wait,
Walked
you could
by-
see it in this video?
Yeah, he walked by the window. It was earlier, but he walked by the window, and then right as he got around to the front of the car, that's when Sammy started talking about Magdalene. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Matt Larson.
right.
You really can't make this stuff up. It's like so obvious too. It's crazy. You think they'd be better at it?
I have somebody that commented in one of my videos, I don't know, a while back, but they were like, I write books for a living. Like I write, I write books for a living. And like, I couldn't even put this shit in a book and have people be like, oh, come on.
Exactly. It's like,
You
this
know?
isn't even, you know what it is? It's like, they're like lazy at this point because they've gotten away with this stuff for so long. They know they really don't even have to try. So they don't.
Right.
Like the parties that have been going on there for years and the cops know about it and they never go check on them.
Okay. Somebody just came in. Hello.
Hello?
Hey, you're on.
It's me. It's me. It's
Hey.
Megan.
Okay.
Am I in back still or am I up
No,
on the
you're
I
up.
can't
You're
Okay.
You're up.
Channel, we
Okay.
hear-
I'm only gonna say a few things here because it's driving me crazy.
Oh God.
Not in a bad way, in a good way. But when you go and when AAA comes out in Truckee, I don't know if it's the same way everywhere else, but when they come out to check your car, all you have to do is hand them your driver's license and your AAA card, and they can, because the AAA card, they say what kind of car do you drive, you give them the description, you don't have to give them your VIN number. They already have all that, so they wouldn't check the VIN number. So that conversation is mute. Second, when we have tons of second houses up here, and I asked the same question about it being in a house somewhere, and they could not check houses because that would be invasion of privacy. So therefore, they were never able to check in any of the short-term rentals. Third of all, it wasn't a very big party. It was a boring party. And yes, there was a party that happened because I have heard about it. I've talked to many people that were at it, and they all have the same story.
But wait,
But there's no proof.
wait a minute. Wait a
Go
minute.
ahead.
According to Sammy, she was underwhelmed, and we don't even use that phrase in the English language.
Well, no, at this party, she said she was overwhelmed.
But there's no proof of this party. There really isn't. So everyone can just say
I
there
have.
was
I
till the
know there was
cows
proof.
come
I
home.
know there was. I know there was a party.
Well,
Okay,
Megan,
but that doesn't do much for us.
hold on, you guys, hold on. Okay, so Megan, you're saying that this party was smaller?
Yes.
Is that what? Okay.
But Sammy disagrees.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That kind of goes against what Sammy was saying about it being so huge and out of control.
Well, what I've said earlier, and I heard, and that's why I was actually waiting for to play the video. It's because I just watched this recently. There was lots of people at that lake at the same time, and I think that other people from other parties kind of came over and joined the get together at certain times, and so that's when it seems like it got bigger. But they didn't all go to the party to be at the party. That's what I think she's referring to.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, even if we entertain the fire cam video, if we entertain that, you can clearly see there aren't that many people there. Period.
Well, definitely not 300.
No, I would not say there. There was
high,
there was 1 to 200 kids at the party at most, and again, they all weren't there at the same time. Like they would come and go. So like they all weren't there at the same time. Like there might have been 50 kids there at one given time, but at the biggest time there might have been 100. But over the night, maybe 100 to 200 people showed up.
Okay,
if that makes any sense.
I mean, there is no proof of that, and we appreciate your recalling it.
Okay, I can tell you. Do you want to? I can read a text message from Sam that I got on the October 31st of this month, or like a week ago. That she told me that she was the party. Did you want me to read that for you?
Yes, please read it.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
Take your time.
Okay. Because these questions have come up. So this is where I'm going to start this because this is the easiest place. I did not come home wet from that night, not even close. There was no prior reason for the fights, just simply boys being boys and teenagers wanting to see a fun fight for fun. Anyone who fought had no beef from what I could tell. The 2 boys that I saw fight, I know were friends for a fact and good friends. I don't know or remember if Cody was at the party. So she doesn't know if she didn't know if Cody was at the party because I asked her that question. And she had her keys from what I remember. I watched her pull them out of the lock. I watched her pull.
Hello?
We lost Megan.
Megan, we lost you. We can't hear you.
Give her a second, probably because she has shoddy service probably up there.
I'm back. Could you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
It's because when I go into my text messages, because I'm not on StreamYard, it like doesn't let me do it. So there's your answer to that there's no party right there. Tell me
what that says is
I
missed
the ending. I missed the ending of what you said. Like you cut out and I have no idea what you said.
Where did I end? Where did you guys not hear me say? What was I at?
Talking about Cody and
Cody Milne. She does because I asked her if Cody Milne or Cody Milner or whatever his name was at the party. She said no. She doesn't remember she was at the party. And I said, did she have her? I said, who had her keys? And she said the last thing she remembers with the keys. And this is what that everybody said that this is the last conversation that she had with Kylie, and that's what she knows is that when Kylie called her, someone in the background I don't know. This is what Sam said. It doesn't make. I'm going to find out in 2 weeks all this information, because I will talk to Sam. But she said that someone in the background sound she has her keys. Now I'm not sure if they were talking about Kylie having her keys, and Sam doesn't know when I asked her that, she said that's why she said this. I said, who had her keys? Because there were sober people at the party, believe it or not. So I know that too. And she said that she had said that someone had her keys. She could hear someone say that she has her keys. And so I don't know what that meant. So I asked her that. And she said the last time that she remembered Kylie having her keys were when she saw her pull them out of the car after locking the door to go after charging their vapes and Trulies at the party. Then when Sam hugged her goodbye, and left, Sam, she watched Kylie walk back towards the party. So when everybody says, well, how did the last person couldn't have been Sam that had conversation with her. It was what she's saying is the last person to have contact with her on the phone. On the phone. There were other people that saw Kylie afterwards. And I know that for a fact because I talked to Evan, which was parked next to her at the party. And he woke up the next morning because he went to go meet them to go camping at Starbucks. And that's when this all happened. So unless they all made that up from day one, that's a pretty elaborate story to make up. Just thinking.
Do you know, Megan, do you know if you said Cody Milne wasn't at the party or she didn't know, but do you know
okay, let me clarify this. I had heard from somebody that I don't know. I know where I've maybe talked to her once or twice, but I don't know anything about her. Like I could go find her and ask her this question. She has a beef with that person. When I saw her putting up Kylie signs, I went up to her and I said, "Were you at the party?" Because she seemed like I was just saying thank you for putting up the signs and I'm so sorry. I was just gonna ask her. I said thank you for putting up the signs on your truck. Let's keep an eye out.
Are you talking about Sammy right now?
For interrupting.
Yeah, who are you referring to right now?
A lady that told me that Cody was at the party.
Oh,
so,
okay.
And so I said, then that's when I heard that name for the very first time. I'd never heard his name before. And so
Cody had a beef with somebody. I don't get it. Who had a beef with who again?
A lot of people don't like one Cody. There's one Cody that no one likes. No one wants him around. She had said that he was at the party. I said who, and then that's when I heard all of his dirt. That lady does not like Cody, and she doesn't like. She thinks the school is protecting Cody, so she told me this whole big long story about Cody. I don't know anything about Cody, and I don't know anything about this girl. And so she told me she was at the party, so that's what I said. I think he was at the party, but I can't verify it. So that's when I asked Sam if Cody was at the party, and she says she doesn't remember. But Cody also was interviewed by the FBI, so I know that for a fact.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, I'm sorry. Who was interviewed by the FBI?
Cody.
Oh, okay.
And do you, when you talk to Sam, do you 100% believe her? Like, do you believe she's a trustworthy person?
Yeah, as any kid would be. I mean, I think that there are things that I've heard that she did not tell me when I first heard about it, which I think is any given. Which I think at the point in time when I talked to Sam, she was missing. This was day 2 when I talked to Sam the first time, and when she was missing, and so she just kind of, and I only had literally a 5-second conversation with her, and then I didn't get much more of that. So I asked really just benign questions to her because I was like, where is she? Like, I was like, because I'm all over the basin, so I can see cars.
And what are your thoughts on the autopsy results of her not having anything in her system, which goes against Sammy's story?
Wait, can I first find out if this was a conversation that happened in person or over a text message or over a telephone conversation with Sam?
Text message, she said.
Oh.
Yeah, but what are your thoughts on the autopsy results contradicting all these stories?
I have chosen not to listen to first of all, before we get into the autopsy, I have chosen not to listen to the end of the autopsy because I don't want to hear the gory details. That's just it. I'm not going there.
But we're talking about like nothing in her system, the basic,
like no alcohol.
Well,
not
the thing is,
not the gross.
I only know what Jagger. I talked to Jagger, and he had told me that, and Sam, and I had asked them because the night at the party, that I said, was there anything in her system? They both said that there will be alcohol in her system, and that there would be that there would be coke in her system, but she had done it earlier in the day, and so therefore it wouldn't be in her system then. So that's why I knew kind of what was going to come out, and it is what came out, but everybody didn't believe me. But
that contradicts what Sam had said on her 8,000 interviews that she did, where she was so wasted and stumbling around. So that's weird that she would all of a sudden have a different story. Oh, it maybe wouldn't be in her system anymore because that was during the day.
And then I know that it's semantics, but just because I went through this recently, someone might say something that they're falling down drunk. Cause I asked her, I said, when I asked Sam, believe it or not, I said, how drunk was she? Was she like falling down drunk? Like she was having to be carried to the car, or was she just buzzed? And she said, no, she was walking just fine. So I think that like the interpretation of how someone words someone that is 18 and saying someone is very drunk might be different than a 40-year-old would say, vice versa.
It's not that we don't believe you, but we can't believe Sam.
But the autopsy results reveal that there really wasn't any alcohol in her system, with the exception of decomposition and what happens during that. So basically, whether she was buzzed or not, there really wasn't even enough in her system for her to even be buzzed with her weight.
It just throws all that shit out the window.
Yeah,
Megan,
like that's
Jagger was not at the party, or not at this, correct?
No, he was not at the party.
Okay, so like I just think that anything he says like doesn't matter because he wasn't there.
Objection.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like he wasn't there. So his knowledge,
yeah, his account would be irrelevant because he's getting it from people. So we don't, like, you know what I mean? His account is hearsay from hearsay because he wasn't there.
Objection, hearsay. That's it.
No, Megan, I have a question. Like, so all these parents and all these Ellie and everybody seems to know that these kids go up and they drink and they party and they do their thing. Like, I mean, not for nothing, but I mean, it just seems to me like nobody cares what these kids do or don't do. Are you there?
I'm yeah. It's not that they don't care. I mean, it's I think that when you're in in a small town and you have grown up with kids and these kids have that's what we don't have. We live in a small town. That's what generations and generations have done in this town and some it's just inbred in them. And I mean, we don't, I don't think condoning it is the right word that everybody keeps saying that I said. That I don't think you condone it, but I mean, you also can't prevent it.
I mean, I get it. I'm not an idiot. I was a teenager once, you know.
I know.
You
I'm
go
from a
do
small town
things
too.
that you don't tell your parents about. I understand that. But it just seems to me that it happens a lot, all the time. And
I'll tell you a story. When I was there, and this was 20 years ago, when I was in the same town that they're in, and I'm right here in it now, is that the cops used to drive by and look at all of our license plates, and they used to know who we were, and they would go over the loudspeaker and say, "You guys might as well set up camp because we know all your parents, we know who's here, and you can't leave. So either get a ride home and call someone to come get you, but you're not leaving." And they would flash their lights and leave us there. At some point in time, you have to realize that that you can't fight it. You might as well join it. And the kids that, and that sounds bad because I know what you guys are all going to say, but it's not like, it's almost like if everybody knows that they're there and everybody knows what they're doing, at least they're not being watched necessarily, but everybody knows that that's happening. It's
okay. But just because this never happened in that town before, nobody suspect that foul play would be involved. Nobody's car ever ended up at the bottom of the lake before. Well, you know what? This is the first time somebody planned a murder at the lake. So, I mean, they have no reason to think anything other than what they've known as normal. You know, like, this isn't normal. This doesn't normally happen here.
I mean,
and why wasn't Sammy found to be more suspicious, considering she was claiming to be the last person to speak with her and leave her there?
Well, I'm sure it was, but she just wasn't made.
No, I'm asking Megan.
Was that?
Sorry, ask your question again.
Why wasn't the community finding Sammy more suspicious, considering she was claiming to be the last person to speak with her, plus leaving her there?
Because I've said this before, but I only know it for a fact again, is that Sammy was hooked up to a lie detector test. And yes, I know they're not reliable in court. And yes, I know that all kind of stuff. But she was also questioned by the FBI for 8.5 hours, as long as Jagger was. And as long as one other person and then another person that was questioned by the FBI. She was highly grilled and everything else. So I don't, by them not saying that, by everybody going to Sam, I think that's what, because Sam is a social butterfly and everybody knew Sam, so they thought that they would be more comfortable talking to a kid as opposed to an adult.
Well, Sam said she left at 12:25, so that would have released her of any responsibility.
Okay, I gotta get I mean, yeah, this is just insane, and we're not, I'm not trying to be rude, but we're not learning anything new. And the only
I
thing
didn't say we're going to learn. I didn't say. I've told everybody I have nothing new. And then the
well,
second
there
person,
is one thing that I want to ask you. Now, I heard it was told that you were on Captain Kurt's channel, if I'm correct, and you said that Sammy got into a fight with Kylie. Did you say that?
I heard she got into a fight, but over. What I was referring to is someone had said she had gotten into a fight. I think I've heard, I don't know for a fact that I'm going to ask Sam, that there was an argument. Like, I think that's what was over the key thing. But like, I don't know. So I do know, I have heard that there was an argument, but I don't know what it was
Who
over.
did you hear that from?
Obviously there was between Sam and Kylie, because again, I will go back to when they were doing the search parties and that they had
I
that
was out
board
there.
there.
I was out there searching for Kylie.
Okay, well, they had a board sitting there that said, if you
Sammy
find,
even said she
please
was in
keep
a fight and that it was a friendly fight.
hold on, you guys. There was
Yeah.
a board there, and it had Samantha's phone number on it, and it said, if you find Kylie's keychain, please call Samantha's phone number. So I'm going to say that Sammy knew that Kylie didn't have her keychain, and that Sammy knew because obviously she was involved in whatever happened. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Of nobody else would have known that her keychain wasn't in her car on her keys. Nobody else could have known that.
How do you know that?
Why, when any evidence was found, it was told to call Samantha?
Sam said she was the last one. Sam claimed that she was the last one to know what was actually happening with Kylie. Those were her exact words.
Yeah, my thing is, Sammy
Which is
claims
crazy
that
why she wasn't found to be more suspicious.
Sammy claims that she was at this party with Kylie. She was drinking with her. She was doing all these things with her. She was the last person to see her. From Samantha's own mouth, she left the party. Kylie was so intoxicated. She was her friend, and she freaking left her there. She should be charged and arrested.
Okay,
that's the bottom
my question
line.
is, okay, but you guys all, that's what I was coming over here. Sam did not buy the alcohol that was taken, was not bought by Sam, was not given to that was given to Kylie, was not bought by Sam. And so
I don't care who bought it. That's not the point. The point is that Sammy's 18 and she's fucking drinking with a 16-year-old.
The crime,
who
yeah,
was so
that's irrelevant.
intoxicated that Sammy was like, "Oh, I can't let her drive me home because I know about drunk drivers." But you claim to have left your friend at a party with all these wild, out of control men, with all these weird men. And
no. Okay, let me say that right now. She did not.
That's what she said.
Yeah, that's literally what out of Sam's mouth.
I understand, but she didn't. But I've also heard since then other parts of this is that Sam left, yes, but she had other friends there. Evan and her hung.
Who were the other friends that were there? Because we haven't heard of any of them.
Do you want me to name off the 5 that I know off the top of my head? Evan,
and I would love to know if you're aware of who drove Sammy home.
I am aware of who drove Sammy home.
And who is that?
I have to look back on a text message on a different phone to find out, because I believe she told me.
You would know that off the top of your head, Megan.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a bitch, but
that's a pretty big
wait. Let me just tell you, I've had more names shot at me in the last 6 weeks about every kid. I don't want to give out a name that's not the right name. So that's why I have not looked back at it. Okay. And if you want to go back, I've said it in an interview, I'm sure, because I could find someone, I could text someone right now and she could tell me the name that I told her. I have my own issues with names.
That would be great.
I can't remember it. So it's not that I can't remember. It's just that there's so many names that have put out at me that
I have ADHD. I understand. If you can do that, yeah,
Megan, if you can text, if you can text somebody and get those names of those friends that Kylie was left with, because to me, it doesn't make any sense. Jagger wasn't there. Kate wasn't there. Sammy left. Mags was only there for 10 minutes. So who are the friends that they left Kylie with? Because according to it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, Evan and Philip and their 2 girlfriends. Done. I can go right to their house right now and I can have an interview with them right now.
But who drove Sammy home? Could you text and find that out?
I mean, listen, Megan, we don't know you personally. I have no vendetta against you or anybody else. but there is a dead 16-year-old girl here, and not one person from that shitty town wants to come forward and speak up for her. Where are Kylie's people? Where are the people that, because all I've seen is people wanting to protect these teens, and it makes me sick. If you really want, I mean, if these teens are really innocent, then we need information here.
Yeah, who's sticking up for her? Like, where is the passion behind finding someone who hurt her? Like,
right.
there is none.
And I'm not against you as a person, because I think you believe everything Sammy's telling you. And that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's your choice, but she's a known liar. Like, we don't even need to know her to see the shit that she's put out.
Okay. I've said this before. I've said this before. I was sitting next to Sam. And you guys think that she's not emotional. She's not having effects on this or anything else. And she's doing things the way that you wouldn't do things or whatever. You guys don't know what goes on. Like, the interview that you're seeing, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, or 45 minutes, whatever they are. But there's
Chrissy,
the other
when you're
23
done, can I ask Megan a question?
Hold on. Let her finish what she's saying.
There's other 23 hours of the day. Like, and people have gone and people have vilified these people. People have dug into their private lives. I mean, if you're at some point in time, I think that everybody needs to look at that and say, why would they come forward? What would be the point in it?
Well, we've seen multiple different videos of Sam, her speaking to not being interviewed, her like speaking in front of a crowd a couple times, several interviews. And that's what we're going by. We're not going by one isolated incident where she could be nervous. You know what I mean? There's lots of evidence to show how she acts, how she talks. And had she had that reaction, she wouldn't be able to maintain that over different days and different types of scenarios.
And at this point, I just have zero interest in anybody that wants to come to me and defend these teens. When I get somebody that wants to come forward and stand up for Kylie and defend Kylie, because I haven't heard that once. And to me, that's so hard, because listen, you know what? The bottom line is there's a freaking dead 16-year-old girl, and nobody seems to care.
In every other town in America, regardless of corruption or anything, there would be people in that town that would want to get to the bottom of it, because they think, hello, there's a murderer or someone with like malice intent running on the streets. Our children aren't safe. And there should be some kind of like protective kind of like desire to find who did this. And that doesn't seem to be the case here, which is why people find this suspicious.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sammy admitted that she was switching drinks and giving them to her. That's all that's needed for her to be arrested for giving a minor alcohol. And Megan, I would like to know, what is the purpose of all your interviews? I've been watching you. What is the reason for you coming on the panel? Do you want justice for Kylie, or are you protecting Sammy?
Okay, if there's that's three questions all in one.
I'd like to know the reason why you're here. We have a panel where we feel that there's cover up. You come into all the different panels and you want to interject and you want to answer questions or change different information, and maybe you're trying to help, but you never stated your purpose. Are you there to try to find out the truth for Kylie, or are you covering and trying to get everybody to stop talking and make it go away?
And sweep this under the rug.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense. I'd like the answer.
I'm going to answer that. I want justice for Kylie if justice is needed to be served. If there is a person that did something in any way, shape, or form, I want to find out, and I will take them to the jail myself. So
you don't believe, you're not in the quarter where you believe that something necessarily 100% did happen nefarious to her. Because I noticed the word if.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say with. I don't know what happened after Sam left the party. I only know what Sam told me at the party. When she left the party, I don't know what Kylie did after that. So if something nefarious happened after that, then that's where I go. I want justice for Kylie.
So if it's Sammy, you would take Sammy down there.
Yeah, 100%. If someone deserves, if anybody deserves it, they're going to do the time and they're pay for the crime. It doesn't matter who you are. I'll still back them. I'll still be their friend. I'll still be a parent. But at the end of the day, if someone did do something nefarious, they need to pay the time.
I have a question. Do you believe that her parents could be potentially helping to protect her as well? Like, are you aware of their power in the community or their, status and wealth?
I don't know. I don't know their family. I did not know Kylie before.
Right.
And-
But I mean, like, since time, like, have you ever thought to look into who these parents of these people are or no?
No.
Interesting.
So have you ever seen Kylie in real life?
No. But I know for a fact that I know someone that has that, and you guys all say, you can't find a birth certificates because you're not looking in the right county. I'll just give you that.
And
Well,
what county would that be?
I mean, not for nothing, Megan, but if you're really out for justice for Kylie and you're really out to, find out what happened to her, then why would you be so mysterious like that? If you know where we should look, why don't you just come out and say that?
Yeah, the vagueness is what's making
Eldorado.
the
Okay, here, I'll
suspicious
give you that. I'll give you that. Eldorado County.
El Dorado County. Okay. I'm gonna
Yeah,
write
but I
that down.
believe someone looked in the entire state of California and it wasn't found. Like, it was a statewide thing. It wasn't just a county.
I did see that too, but
Say that again. I missed it. I'm sorry.
From what I'm understanding is that the people that could not locate the birth certificate were searching statewide. So I don't know, the discrepancy with the
Eldorado
county
County
would
is
make a
Nevada.
difference.
Eldorado County there's the county lines, and Eldorado County goes through a different part, and she was born in a different part of Tahoe. And
Right.
it's on the.
We're talking
It's on the.
statewide, so that would have covered every county in California. Statewide.
It seems to me that you would be able to come up on panels and have a list of all the different stuff that you can show in a presentation of facts that you have, rather than just hopping around all these months.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this right now.
Sharing ideas.
She couldn't
Help
have
us
graduated.
help find justice for Kylie.
She couldn't have graduated from high school without a birth certificate. She couldn't have got. They have to have a birth certificate to go to school.
well,
I have to give my kid.
Hell, she could. I know. I've said that, but I mean, you need a birth certificate to do all kinds of shit.
Correct.
But I understand that. But I mean, I just think that as far as you go, I think you need to be careful with the information that you're taking in from Sammy. And I think that
it's not all from Sam. It's actually from a parent too.
Okay, but you live in the area. You have the power to change what is happening here. You could literally get the information. You know what I'm saying? You have a firsthand. You're in the freaking community. You could change this whole thing around and be the hero instead of being somebody that's going against justice for her.
Because
instead of backing Kylie, instead of backing Sammy, stand up for Kylie.
Because right now, every single time you've spoke throughout this whole internet search, it's been you backing up whoever people deem as suspicious. So it looks like you're just supporting the teens and the cover up, and it's that you've been perpetuating the stories that they're telling. It's not coming across that you want justice. It really isn't. I'm sorry, because you've never used language to seem like you want justice regardless of who may be.
I just said it.
You just said what?
5 minutes ago. I just said
that. She said that if it was Sammy, if it was, then she should have to pay for what she did. But you also said that you would still have her back, which is very confusing to me because, what was done to Kylie, to me, there is no fucking excuse for that.
When I say that, okay, when I say I will still have her back, I don't mean have her back in that way. I will still be someone that will be, I will still be okay, the best way to describe it is that if your daughter or son or anybody that you know goes to jail, do you automatically cut them off because of what they did? Or do you still love them or still care about them because they're still a person?
But do you
Did
have
you say-
that much of a link to Sammy that if you found out she was a murderer, you would still love her? Like, it seems
Okay,
like
let me just say this. When I just say my daughter, let me just say this because this has been put out. My daughter goes out with Sam, like when they're together. So I've had Sam in Sam's been to family get-togethers. Sam's been with us on different occasions. Sam has been in my house. I've talked to Sam. I have photos of Sam. I mean, I have photos that no one has of Sam at all. So yes, this is personal to me for my daughter's sake, because at the end of the day, I have to
But
personally.
don't you want to know who your daughter's hanging around?
Hold
with
on,
her
hold on.
family?
Let her finish what I want to know what
Sorry.
she was gonna say.
At the end of the day, I still have to make sure that my daughter is safe no matter what. I don't care where she's at. I don't care who she's with. It could be Joe Mo. It doesn't matter. I'm still going to check to make sure that my kids are safe. That's always my number one point. So I have a personal connection because my daughter, I have to back my daughter in this, because if it wasn't me doing all this, my daughter would be doing this. And because I don't want my daughter, and everybody says, well, why don't you want your daughter involved? I don't
What do
want
you
my
mean your daughter has to be on? She doesn't have to come on shows. She can just live her life there in Chucky. She doesn't need to come into shows where we are trying to find justice for Kylie and try to throw people off the path.
Well, I mean, not for nothing, but I understand where Megan's coming from just from this point, because she is like, listen, I don't want my daughter coming out and getting involved and everybody attacking my daughter. You know what I'm saying? I understand that. But at the same time, you're saying that you're doing this for your daughter. You as a parent, you would think you would be like, listen,
look into this.
Stay the fuck away from Sammy.
Yeah.
I mean, this bitch is crazy as shit. You know, I don't want you anywhere around her. Like,
Usually mothers that are protective are like, I don't want you hanging out with her. She's obviously gets into trouble.
Wait, this goes exactly what you guys are. You're vilifying someone without proof.
Okay,
There
but
is no
when you're
proof,
concerned
Megan.
about safety
All
for
we
your
have-
daughter
all
and
we
who she hangs
have-
out with, wouldn't you want to know the family, who her parents are? I mean, we're talking about people that are just 18, so you probably knew her when she was a minor, according to your story. So wouldn't you want to know her parents?
I've known her since she was in 7th grade.
Great.
Okay.
So why? And you never thought to find out where she comes from, who her family is? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't seem consistent.
I mean, I think that, like, you have to realize that do you know, as a parent, do you know every single parent and every single thing that goes on in everybody else's house?
I'm going to tell you right now that if
No,
my
but you're aware of
child,
the power
if
and
my
prestige.
daughter was friends with Sammy and I was in your shoes, I'm going to tell you right now, I'd be like, listen, you are not going to be around this chick anymore. This, this is fucking bad news. It's like, this is so hard, you guys. This is so hard for me to just.
And we're not talking about all friends, but you mentioned that she was close to your family. So, like, that, I'm sure that's not all.
Can I just let me say one thing real quick, because
I did see it in chat. So there is nothing showing in El Dorado County. Okay, then I'll look more into the birth certificate.
Okay,
I can get the birth. I'll get
this.
Hence the statewide search.
I'll get the birth certificate for you guys. I'll do that. I'll get a birth certificate.
I have to say this before my freaking head explodes.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta get hold on a second. Let me grab my drink. Oh, my thing oh shit. Hold on a second, you guys.
But like, back to what I was saying is that not all friends you're going to know everything about, but the ones that are in your home and spend time and you've known since 7th grade, yada, 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 those are the ones you know at least who their parents are. At least.
I know. I know where she lives. I've know I've never met her parents, and I
asked what you thought about their presence in the community and whether that could influence her being protected or not. And you were like, I don't know anything about them.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. My mic came on.
I know who her parents are, but I don't know. I have no their status, I guess you want to say, in our community. I don't know anything about.
Okay,
I mean, I know
Megan,
of them as people.
this
I
is
mean,
what I was
wealth
gonna.
and their job could indicate that, but okay.
This is what I was
They're
gonna say.
retired. When I met them, when I ever talked to them about it, they were retired. That's all I knew, and they were older.
Okay, this is what I wanted to say real quick before my mic came unplugged. You said that we're up here vilifying Sammy, right? We're up here talking about Sammy because Sammy put herself in this fucking position. Sammy came out, put herself in front of this investigation, came out and said everything that she said. That's why we're going after Sammy.
That's right.
Not because we fucking chose to, not because we were like, oh, hey, she looks like a girl, or she looks like somebody fun to attack. Let's go after her. No,
We would have
Sammy
no
came
idea.
out, Sammy opened her mouth and said the things that she said. That is why she is getting the shit that she is getting. It's not our fault. We're just calling it.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. Sam has no idea that this is happening.
Sam has no idea what is happening.
YouTube is happening to her.
I don't know if I believe that. Like, how could you not know?
Someone her age, that's impossible. We both
she has completely they don't because of everything that happened and what they're doing. I know the kids that I've talked to don't pay attention to it. They don't want to they want nothing to do with YouTube. They blocked everybody that is talking about the Kylie case, and then they don't go in it. And Sam actually, and I asked Sam, I said to her, would you mind coming up on a panel and talking to me personally? You know, I'll be there and everything else. And she said, the family has asked me not to talk about it anymore, and the case is closed.
I bet.
That's what she said. But I'm still going to talk to her. I have questions, of course. I have the same questions that you guys all have. And when I see Sam, and before I do let Sam out of my sight with my daughter, even though I have my daughter on 360, and I may follow them for the next week and a half before they come back because I love my daughter. But
hit the link, Michelle. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was talking to the chat.
That's fine. But
when's the last time you spoke to Sammy? Because you had previously mentioned it had been a while. Has that since changed?
I spoke to Sam 5 days ago.
Oh.
On the text message. On
Michelle,
Halloween.
welcome. I don't know if she can hear me.
We don't hear you.
Okay. Megan, what do you think happened? I mean, I'm asking honest opinion. Like, what do you think? I know before you had did that interview. I know before you had did that interview and you said, you know, I think she was messed up and, you know, she could have possibly hit the thing as she was crawling into the back seat. So, I mean, do you still think that that's what happened or what?
Yeah. Well, two things. I still want to know this, and I've been told no. I mean, I've been told no, so I'm going with no on this answer because everybody's told me no. But I had heard, and like I said, I don't know that this is a fact, is that her neutral is in front of park on that car, which everybody has denied, which I don't know, and I just heard it somewhere. Someone did something on the car. But when that part came out, I thought that there's a very strong possibility that she was moving around in her car and it went into neutral. And she probably didn't even know her car was moving because it's pitch black out there. And if you aren't paying attention and you're moving around in your car, you may not even know you're moving. So
absolutely no car will come freaking after neutral.
But if she's not drunk and she's very familiar with the area,
drive
do you really believe that?
Neutral. You go from drive to neutral in every situation. Drive is always first.
And okay, hold on a minute. Let me welcome Behind the Crimes. How are you? Thank you for coming up on panel. I don't know if she's got it on mute or what.
Because the fact of the matter is, the autopsy, if we believe it, that's her, shows that she was not drunk enough for any of this kind of accidental stuff to happen, especially being so familiar with the area. Like, that would be impossible.
At this point, the autopsy, the fire cam, or Nick at this point.
Hey, Michelle, sorry. I was talking to you, but I hadn't added you yet.
It's okay. I was like, I'm here, but so okay. So Megan, take a deep breath. Okay. You're getting flustered. You're getting flustered, and when you get flustered, you get a little. Yes. So just take a deep breath and think clearly before you answer, because you're getting yourself in situations again. Okay.
I know.
So just take a deep breath. If you need me to reword them for you to understand, then I can do that. I just want to be here to help settle the frustrations. Okay.
And I just want to clarify again. Listen, I am not trying. I did not invite you up here to attack you, to have everybody go after you. That's not what I'm doing.
No,
But
yeah.
I'm trying to find answers. That's literally all I'm trying to do, is to freaking get justice for this girl. And I am sorry. Like that's what I'm trying to do.
And what is the overall consensus of what you're trying to convey and your reason for calling in today? Like, what are you trying? What were you hoping to get across today?
Michelle, you want to explain that to him? Because no matter what I say, it doesn't come out right. Michelle's been there.
No, Megan, we are
She
not
doesn't know.
being like that. We are not that kind of people over here.
No, we're not.
No, that's
I'm
not
like,
what she's
I'm
saying.
neurodivergent. I have severe ADHD. I lose track of what I'm saying all of the time.
Go ahead, Michelle.
So, Megan, what they're wanting to know is like, what is your intentions
Right
by
now,
trying to? Yeah. What are your intentions with pushing what Sammy has told you? That's what they're asking you now. And we've had this discussion many times. You
specifically
you
today.
want to hear Sammy, but in your eyes, Sammy is innocent. Sammy has nothing to do with it. But we've had this conversation where she really makes herself look very guilty. So they're trying to understand why you feel like she is and why you want to clear her so bad.
Because Sam wasn't. Sam
I'm
was
sorry.
not there.
So
Sam was.
is that the reason for
Because I think that like I guess my point is that there are other people that could have been involved, and everybody is solely focused on one person, and no one is focused on anybody else. So I guess
that is not true at all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I am not just after Sammy. I'm after everybody.
No.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to find the
absolutely.
truth. Like, I'm calling everybody out.
But at what point in time? But at what point in time does it just? At what point in time is it, the answers are never just gonna? That one point. I mean, at some point in time, and I'm sorry to say this, but at some point in time, it's just always gonna hit the same place that you guys are all at, and everybody's at, until someone talks or until someone says something, until I figure something out. So until I go to the next level, that I have to go to, and let me say, my life has not been peaceful from this. I mean, at all. I mean, I've had death threats. I've had everything that you can possibly imagine happen to me. So if you
stuff out there too.
What's that?
Megan and Michelle. So basically, Megan is saying the reason why she came on this panel is so that she can find justice for Kylie and get the case closed. So that's why I'm saying bring evidence of what you have. When we're looking at Nate or we're looking at Phil or we're looking at different people, we can rule them all out and then find justice in the end who is responsible.
Yeah, and we've had this discussion that, at the end of the day, it's still just hearsay. Even though it's coming from Megan, it's still hearsay. It's still just what she's been told. She doesn't, unless she was there, she can't give any proof of what she's saying. These are just things that she's been told.
Well, today I made
right, and I understand that, but it looks like a ruse when that happens, and it has nothing to do with what Megan, like as a person. I'm just saying it just throws people off of trying to make the facts come together to rule out whether someone is responsible or not. In the end, we all want the answer and want to have justice for.
And my thing is, me personally, is listen. I'm trying to find what happened to Kylie. I'm trying to find the truth. That's it. So I'm not interested in hearing. I'm not interested in somebody saying, "Oh, I want to." I'm not interested in hearing somebody come up and defend Sammy. unless you can prove to me that Sammy had nothing to do with it. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm here for Kylie. We are here for Kylie, not for Sammy. Fuck Sammy. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, she's involved in this. I feel like, this is just my opinion, she's involved in this in some way, but it ain't about her. It ain't about clearing her name.
100%.
It's about finding truth for Kylie.
100%.
Yeah, and I want everybody to
It sounds
understand
like
that
you know,
I am not on Megan.
participating in this thing that's caused you a lot of stress. And my thing is not actually putting any additional information. Why would you want to continue to expose yourself?
So yeah, Megan, you have to answer that one.
I can't. I can't hear them. They're breaking up.
Yeah, somebody, whoever was it, Natasha, that was just talking, you're cutting out.
Yeah, somebody's robot. So, and I do want to just clarify over here in the chat, you guys, I am not on Megan's side. Like, she and I do not agree at all on this situation. I completely do not believe this was an accident and Sammy is not clear. She knows where I stand on this. But I just wanted to help her so that she would calm down and be able to speak clearly and quit getting herself in a situation. That's all I'm up here to do. I'm not on Megan's side. She knows that I differ opinions with her on this. I am on Kylie's.
Right. Okay. So, does anybody else have anything they want to say before I finish playing this video? Okay.
We had a few other friends in the car, and then we all decided to go back to the party, and we were around in there for a bit.
See, that's it. It just came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, they had a few other friends in the car. I want to know who those friends are.
Me too.
I had asked her for a ride home when we were in the car because my ride was leaving, and I wanted to stay at the party longer. And so then we ended up splitting up in the party because I went to go find another ride when we got back into the party after leaving the car, so that we could sorry, my mind is in a moment.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I want to take a couple of questions here real quickly. Nola in the chat wants to ask you, who was fighting at the party? The girl and guy. Look into them. Was there a fight at the party?
Yeah, so there were some friendly fights that were going on. There was we had boxing gloves. People were trying to instigate. It wasn't anybody who had really any drama or they weren't enemies or anything. It was more just friendly fights to keep entertainment going. This happens at a lot of our parties. We just do it to have fun. If somebody gets hurt, we have people on them. But
so it wasn't like a fight out of anger. It was just kind of a just a fun competition type of fighting.
Yeah, just see who wins and who goes home with the title. Which I will candidly admit, people do end up getting in fights over who won, but not this time.
But not this time. The famous words. I'm sorry. Nobody else thinks that's fucking crazy.
Yes.
Nobody else thinks that's suspicious as shit.
Absolutely, yes.
I mean, but not this time. But not this time. With that look on her face. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't. How am I supposed to look past that?
Well, that's a dead giveaway that she set her up.
Right.
Yeah.
Daniel Taylor, and Nola, thank you for that comment. Daniel Taylor's in the house. Daniel Taylor wants to ask you, did Kylie have her boyfriend or an ex-boyfriend with her at the party?
No, there was no ex-boyfriend there. Her ex-boyfriend lived in Napa. He was in Napa at the time, and I think he lives in Napa. And he actually drove up the next day, the second he heard that she was missing. He's very close with her family and her. There was no anything. And she does not currently have a boyfriend. She was rocking the single life, like we used to say. She just wanted to be open and single and have fun as a kid.
I get it. She's only 16. She's just a baby. I just can't even imagine. How's mom doing? Have you talked to her mom at all?
Yeah, so I've been in close contact with the family.
How they doing? She looked just a nervous wreck. I can't.
Sorry, I had to pause that real quick. Ashley B, thank you so much for the super chat. She said, Megan, does your son know Sammy? Did he graduate with her, and was he at the party?
He was not at the party, and yes, he knows Sam.
Did he
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, yes, he graduated with her.
Can I just ask one more question real quick before you go again?
Yeah.
So I feel like this is like the elephant in the room. It's that we see, and you've explained that this has caused you a lot of stress opening yourself up and coming on panels and the internet and everything. And since you admittedly said you have no additional information, what makes you want to continue to call in?
Because I get when I come in the panel and I hear the same thing and I know something's not, and I know that people are still at the same place. I want the same information that you guys want, and so if I hear something new, that's why I'm listening.
What place are you referring to?
Just in general, I'm where I have questions. I have questions just like everybody else does. So I want to find out the answers just like everybody else does. And so if I hear something new, then I can either go find out if it's the right information, or if I can find out if it's the wrong information. So I do. It's not that I'm continuing to call in to make a mockery of this whole thing or debunk thing, or not debunk, but
yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
Channel.
But my thing is, but what you said people are stuck on the same thing. What were we talking about that compelled you to call in today that we were stuck on? Because you said we were stuck on the same.
I just happened to come in. I just happened to click a link and came in because it was live. And like I said, I just go in, and then when someone's talking about a VIN number on it and all these things, I'm like, I know for a fact that they don't do that. So that's all I came up to say is that. Yeah, that's all. That's what I came up to talk about. To say that not in Truckee, we just give them our AAA number and our card and our license, and they don't check a VIN number. That's what I can. I'm still very, very. I will tell you this. Yesterday, I was so shocked, and I'm still not even sure I understand it all, but I'm trying to figure that part out about the Nick thing. I don't know. I was like, huh? Like when I heard the Nick interview. I'm still confused on it. That's what I'm saying. I'm still learning just like everybody else. So why can't I be, and why do I have to always go back to like defending myself instead of just being a normal person?
I don't know. It's just because you claim that this is causing you a lot of stress.
That's exactly the point, though. That's exactly the point, though.
And just like everything, I mean, like if it were me, I would have just taken a step back by now, because.
Why?
I mean, the VIN number, that's very like irrelevant for me to like want to come out of like, to talk about, because like.
But then I also hear you say that Truckee is a fucking sick town and that everybody's crazy and that no one should come to Truckee as the point. And I mean, so I think that if I said that about your town over and over and over again, I think you're going to defend something that you know is completely different. So,
okay.
But it's the same point.
So you're trying to defend Truckee then?
I'm not.
Can I say something? Megan doesn't need to come on any panels. She has her own channel now.
Well, that's kind of not. I mean, I have my own channel, and I still like to go put my input on other panels.
Absolutely no, but somebody asked her why come on panels, but what's her reason for it? But she has her own thing. I'm just making.
Well, it sounds like you want to defend Truckee. What?
I have a question, Megan. Does Sammy know that you come on like panels and talk about stuff?
Yep.
Because you said, okay. Because I didn't know. Because I know you said she didn't know anything about what.
No, I told her. I said I've told her. I said I really am trying to debunk things on YouTube, and I'm standing up for you. Any information that you can possibly give me will be very helpful. Thank you very much. And her exact words were to me in text message. Thank you for doing all that work. I've learned how just to not pay attention to it, and the people that I live with know the full story, and they understand, and they're very respectful of her. I mean,
my thing is, if you're not even completely convinced of her 100% innocence, why would you put yourself in the line of fire for her?
What?
I mean, you've come right out before, Megan. I've heard you come right out before and say that Sammy's lied to you. So.
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying as a 16-year-old, are you really? As a 16-year-old, you think she'd ever lied to me? Of course she did.
She's 18.
Yeah, now she's 18, honey. Yes, I know she's 18. I know. And when she said, there's things about the party that she said when she says that everybody's invited, my son was 18 and he knew nothing about the party. So yes, there are little lies that were in there that I don't know about, and I don't care. They're just little lies. It's not going to be.
Put yourself in the line of fire for someone who's already
Daria,
to be a liar.
Thank you so much for the super chat.
I'm not, like I said,
Seems like such a risk and such a
Megan.
I don't
Megan.
know.
Breathe.
Okay, you guys, I'm never going to get through this. I'm going back to the video.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can't even imagine what she's going through.
Yeah.
Our thoughts and prayers are with. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say our thoughts and prayers are with the family. It's going to be a hard time. What can we do to help? What can the public do? The web sleuths out there. What can we do to help find Kylie? What can we do to help you?
To everyone at this point around the world, I'm hoping that this is reaching, and if anybody's seeing this, just if they can keep sharing this, get the story out to neighbors and friends and family and local news stations and local newspapers, and posting flyers, making flyers, screenshotting, and somehow making flyers. We need this information to spread everywhere. We're trying to get posters everywhere, information everywhere, just trying to have everybody in the world at this point looking for Kylie and just trying to find Kylie. And if anybody sees anything, to report it immediately to the sheriff's, the police, the Placer County Sheriff's Office, or the numbers that have been loaded on. There's been a lot of trouble and frustration with people about the tip line, but they have to understand that there's 1,000 people in there working, getting millions of calls a day now.
I know you had stated that
Millions of calls a day. Yeah, every time the police came out and did a presser, they were like, no one's talking. We're not getting any information. There's no new leads.
Right. The police, what they said and what Sammy said, two different things.
Yep.
We're not trying to create any rumors, but there was something on the Facebook page that I wanted to see if maybe you can comment on this. It says 2 days ago on the Neighbors app, at 1:00 in the morning, a topless female was being chased by a Honda CR-V and was pulled back into the vehicle in Sacramento, California. That's about an hour and 38 minutes away from Prosser Campground. Kylie drives the Honda CR-V. Her tank top was possibly found at the scene. I know we just discussed that. We can't verify that is true. Down the road from so they're saying her tank top was found at the scene down the road from the Prosser Campground. The timestamps could be off due to a camera clock being accurate or inaccurate. But I don't know. Is there anything you can comment on that?
Yeah, so we are investigating into that currently, from my knowledge of the detectives, and it has not been confirmed nor denied that if that is Kylie, but we do not believe that her shirt has not been found. I can confirm that her shirt was not found, nor were any articles of her clothing at all.
Okay, I want to let's repeat that. The spaghetti strap shirt that was claimed to have been found, that was not hers.
No, it was not hers. It was investigated by the FBI and the cops and everything.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. So the spaghetti strap shirt, the top that was found, that did not belong to Kylie Rodney. Thank you for that, Sammy.
Yeah.
So I can't. So now when we watch the press conference, the police were saying that they're trying to get everyone that was at that party to come forward. So should we should we get that message out as well to everybody that was at that party that they needed? Yeah. Who did they contact?
Well, I've been not in charge, but I've taken on.
I've been in charge.
To get in contact with everybody.
Yeah, no shit. That's the problem.
Posted teen meetups, teen to teens, where there's no adults, no parents, and no media coverage. Everybody stays anonymous, and everybody does not get, everybody is just talking teen to teen. We have interviewers, only about 7 or 8 of us, and that's the limit we're trying to keep it at, to keep the information kind of in a simple one source area that we can go to. And we've moved locations, multiple, trying to make things more convenient in the Tahoe area, in the Truckee area. We've held one last night, and then we held one tonight, and we had a lot of teens come out today and explain things. It's just a way for teens to not feel the pressure of getting in trouble by their parents, or to feel like the cops are going to get them in trouble, or to feel that the media will spread their face all over the internet. We're just trying to get teens to be honest, because kids will tell kids who they kissed, and kids will tell kids who they drank with. And
they don't want mom and dad to know what really happened at the party.
Exactly.
I totally get that, and
Well,
Yeah,
what
they
gave
don't want
Sammy
the they don't want the
authority?
world to they don't want the world to know what really went on.
Did you guys catch that name on screen? It was Laura something. She
Just
was
now, or
she was saying good job, Sammy, on his screen. Her
oh
name,
shit, no, I didn't even see it.
yeah, the name was Laura. Rewind just a tad, just like 1-2 seconds.
Yeah, hold on a second.
News.
Yeah, no cops.
Megan,
Totally
Megan,
That's
I have a
different.
question. Megan, have you seen any videos of the party that night?
The cops can't claim they have it.
No, I have not seen any videos, but I'm gonna ask Sam when I talk to her for pictures of the party.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Let me go back to this video.
That's good that you're doing that. Laura Truan just was in the comments. Laura Truan says you're doing a great job, Sammy. So I'm trying to think, what else can you tell us that can help? Anything specific about that car? Is there anything like, I don't know, maybe did the car have, oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of us just remember today because, again, we weren't ever really looking severely at her vehicle when we were just friends with her, but we do all remember that she has a sticker of a bull. We don't have the exact sticker, but it's a sticker of a bull that is right under the windshield wiper. Right
A
under
picture of a
that is
bull.
where the back windshield, the animal. It's a sticker of a bull, the animal, like a cow with horns.
Okay.
Right under the back windshield wiper. It's
Okay.
right under that, and her
Wow.
car does have hubcaps because in a lot of these pictures, cars don't have hubcaps. Her car has Honda hubcaps.
Okay. Wow. So look for that car that has it may have a bull sticker, a sticker of a bull on the back window of that 2013 Honda CRV. It's a silver car.
And there's a sunroof as well.
And it has a sunroof. Okay, that's another good detail. So it has a sunroof and it has a bull sticker. There's a sticker of a bull, the animal, a bull, on the underneath the back wiper, the rear wiper, the rear.
Yes, right underneath it.
Okay. Jane Darby is wanting to ask you, anyone that you noticed hanging around her? Was there anybody was hanging around her? Did you notice anybody around her?
To be fully honest, I was inebriated at the time, so I wasn't
I get
fully attentive of who exactly was around us. We, again, when we were going around together, we were just in a lot of different huge groups of people we had never met. Because her and I are similar in the sense that we're both very social. We'll talk to anybody we meet. We love meeting people, and so that's what we were doing and everything.
Oh, you girls are amazing. I'm just impressed with it, but it's so sad that this has happened. I just, man, my heart goes out to the family. I just, she's a beautiful young girl. She's only, I got a daughter the same age. Lord, I can't imagine what they're going through. I just can't imagine. I'm just trying to think. I'm assuming that they're checking mine shafts. Maybe the car went down off the road into a ravine. I don't know. But the phone. What about the phone? Can you tell us about her cell phone? Is there anything specific you can tell us? Go ahead.
So it has we're having trouble remembering what color. Like my cell phone is a green phone, but I have an orange case on it. But we do know that her phone has a black case on it with a sticker on the very middle back that says sex wax on it. And it's an iPhone, not the Samsung that was found. It's an iPhone.
So it's an iPhone.
I forget which generation and which number, but I can post about that or something or get in contact with you.
Okay. Real quickly, Laura Truan wants to ask you, what about pictures and social media posts? There has to be evidence this party went down. I'm sure there's people taking photos or TikToks. I'm sure there's got to be a TikTok video of the fight or something, right? There's got to be something out there.
Yeah. So there's hundreds of videos. We have videos of people taking videos.
Oh.
See, the problem with that is no evidence of that party has come out. If you did take TikToks and you did take Facebook video, or if you took any of these, even if Sammy was like, hey, everybody, hand in your evidence, give me your phones, give me anything you got, it would still be out there, because once it's out there, it's out there.
No, they were told to delete them by the parents.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you know, what are the chances that no videos made it out? You know what I'm saying? That just doesn't happen.
Zero.
Oh wow.
We have
very good. Very good.
hundreds of videos, hundreds of pictures. We've asked everybody to send us any videos and any pictures that they have, even if it's a picture that looks exactly like something else sent us. It could have different angles. We are looking at an app called Be Real, which is where a lot of kids waited, because the Be Real, it's an app where you can post a picture and there's 2 minutes at random points in the day. There's only one a day, and it comes as a notification will pop up on your phone that says you have 2 minutes left to post your Be Real. Like everybody has, you can post it later in the time, but you're supposed to post it in that time. We're looking at everybody's Be Reals because we know a lot of people waited until they were at that party to post their Be Reals. So we're looking for people to look back in their Snap memories of anybody that we can see in those videos, anybody that we can see in those Be Reals. We are looking at Instagram posts, photos taken on video cameras, photos taken on Snapchat, videos on all of these, and everything.
Okay. She lived fairly close. Is this picture correct? She was about 12 miles away. The Prosser family campground was roughly about 12 miles from her house. Is that correct?
That dot is not exactly where she was located.
See, and I still, that dot is not exactly where she was located. It's a little bit closer to that small blue lake. Like, I just don't think she was like, she could have been, no, that's not exactly where the party was, but that's not what she said. What she said is, no, that dot is not exactly where she was located. That's not normal.
Wait. She's talking about Kylie's house when she says that. She's saying that
she's talking about the party. She's talking about the party at Prosser.
Well, he asked her house, and she said, yeah, I think so, but it's a little bit closer to that lake above it. If you rewind it, just
I think she's talking about talking about the location. I'll rewind it.
Yeah, because he asked about where she lives and how close her house is.
She lived fairly close. Is this picture correct? She was about 12 miles away. The Prosser family campground was roughly about 12 miles from her house. Is that correct?
That dot is not exactly where she was located. It's a little bit more to the right and towards the little blue lake that you.
Yeah. See, I'm pretty sure she's talking about this red dot up here, because she's like, that's not exactly where the house isn't going to move. Like, the house is where it is. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
See, up from it, it was a little bit closer to that lake, but definitely that's about, it would have taken about 30 minutes for her. We found out about approximately 30 minutes for her to drive that way, 38 maybe.
This is crazy. I mean, you know her, being a friend. I mean, your thoughts on her running away? Would she have a reason to run away? I'm just trying to come up with anything that, I mean, it's just, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, what do you think?
To be fully honest, from what I believe about Kylie, all ideas are still open in the air. But she's not the type of girl to run away. She loves people too much, and she has too much care in her heart to leave people and not leave a note or talk with one of her friends or something. And she is smart enough to know how this would get out and that people would be worried about her. And she's a smart girl. She graduated with honors early from high school and was going to attend college, and she had plans for her life, and she seemed really happy.
And I'm sure she wouldn't want to put her mom through this.
No,
her mom just is destroyed.
Her mom is fully invested in her.
Oh yeah, her mom seems real destroyed.
I can see she's got very loving parents, and I can tell this is hard on them. And like I said, our thoughts and our prayers are with the family. We really want the best. We want Kylie to be found. DG's asking you, I think she's in the water, in the car, drove in the water. Have they checked the water? I'm sure they probably have, but is there anything you can tell us about, have they sent dive teams in, do you know, or anything like that? Or
Yeah, so there have been dive teams sent in, and I can pretty much only say they've done thorough searches through the waters, through the lakes surrounding. They are searching the waters. They are searching the campgrounds and everywhere, related lakes that are near, because Boca and Stampede are two reservoirs that are near there as well. And they are doing searches through there every single day. They have been for the past 3 days. They have done extensive searches to points that you wouldn't even believe the FBI and those people they are going.
I'm impressed with what I've seen. I've seen some of the photos of the search and rescue crews out there, the volunteers, and no, I'd seen they got a heavy presence. They're working it. They're definitely working it.
And we're so thankful to them.
Oh yeah, they're definitely working hard to try to find her, and we watch the flight patterns. They got a helicopter. I don't know. Can you comment on the helicopter? Is there something? Is there a reason they're flying in that area?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's going on? Go ahead.
Yeah, so they're flying helicopters around those areas because if they're shining spotlights down to see if there's any reflection, to find her car, to see if they see anybody. We're taught here in Truckee that during the winter, in case there's an avalanche or you're trapped out in the winter, that you can shine a reflective light, like using your phone screen and shining it towards the sun to say an SOS, or to let helicopters and airplanes know that you are out there, and to signal somebody from the ground if you're able to. That's something we're taught from a very young age in our school system.
That'll be very interesting. That's very good.
Yeah.
I never knew that. That's very interesting. You taught me something. Yeah. I live in the desert. We don't worry about snow.
Yeah, definitely.
But no, I know where you're at. I've been there a bunch of times, and I know they get a ton of snow up there. It's just crazy. Yeah. But no, that makes perfect sense. But so they're flying around looking. So the car's nowhere in the area. She's got to be out there somewhere. Can you share your honest thoughts or opinion as to what you think may have happened to her? Do you care to share that?
To be fully honest, my biggest concern is that somebody, and I've said this in other interviews, somebody knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, and they didn't give her a ride home. And they could be across the world at this point with how long she's been gone. And I'm worried that I have a feeling, and obviously, I don't know. I have a feeling that she's still alive and she's still out there and she's still fighting, but that there's somebody else involved, and that's not confirmed. That's just what I believe. I think there has to be somebody else involved in this. But
it's just so sad. Rhonda's wanting to ask you, did she wear an Apple Watch? Do you know? Did she wear an Apple Watch?
No, I don't believe so. I don't remember ever seeing her wear one. It's not something I pay really close attention to. We're not the type to be like, oh, look at what I have on my wrist. I'm so rich, so.
Yeah, I know. You girls are amazing. You seem like wonderful people, and I'm so sorry that you're going through this. Romans 1:25-26 wants to know, was there any cameras at the campground going into the campground? Is there any cameras there?
No, there's no cameras out there. The closest cameras would be the traffic cameras that start on I-80 near the rec center. It's hard to describe exactly where, but I think it's on Truckee Way. But it's 89 is very covered in cameras. There's not a lot of cameras there.
Shani Jones wants to ask you, on your last call, did she let you know who the quote-unquote friend was that was driving her home?
Yeah, so this is a common misconception. She was not being driven home, and she was not driving. So, okay, at the end of the party when I saw her, she was supposed to give me a ride home because I had asked her to give me a ride home because I wanted to stay later. I then realized later in the party that I believe she was drunk, and I knew she was drunk, and so I did not want her to be driving me home, because I know about drunk driving.
Okay, she was not being driven home, and she was not driving. Well, what the hell happened to her then? I mean, this isn't. It doesn't make sense. Insane. What's that?
It doesn't make sense.
I know.
No.
All right, let's finish this
and all that. And so and I figured she would be staying there, or she would find a ride home, because she's a smart girl. She's smart enough to know. She's smart. And so then I found her as I was leaving the party. I was making sure to find her, to tell her that I had another ride home, and that I loved her and I wanted to say bye, and for her to have fun at the party. And then when I left the party, we were pretty much on 89 with my ride. And she called me as I was in the car in the passenger seat, and she was like, hey, where are you? do you still need a ride home? And I was like, no, I'm okay. Like, I'm in the car right now. I'm like getting driven home now. But Kylie did not have a set ride home, and I was under the impression that she would either sleep there or find another ride home. And it was not known that anybody was going to give her a ride home. She was not, when she called me, she was not in a car. I could hear the party and many people talking in the background.
Oh, wow. So we don't really have a lot to go on then as far as where she could be. There's no, nothing. So we're just going to keep following this. And it's very possible that maybe somebody did abduct her, that maybe somebody was watching her. I mean, it's just a sad possibility, but my goodness, our hearts. I don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we let you go? I know you're busy. I don't want to keep you tied up with us, but I greatly appreciate all your time. Sammy, you're an amazing girl. I know you got a great future ahead of you. Stay strong. What's your final words? If Sammy's out there watching,
doesn't it piss you off that he called her Sammy? Like it just bothers me.
Just perhaps she's out there watching. If there's anything you could say to Sammy right now, what would you say to her?
It's Kylie, just by the way, but if Kylie's out there watching,
I'm sorry, Kylie. I apologize. I just, my mind's going 1,000 miles an hour. It's just, this is very emotional. But no, I'm sorry, Kylie.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. If Kylie were out here watching this, I would just want to know we are doing everything to try and find her. We are making this go worldwide. We will find her.
Like he said, if there's anything that you want to say to Kylie, what would you say to her? And she can't even say it like she's talking to Kylie. You know what I mean? Like she can't even directly say it to Kylie.
Find what is happening, and we just want her home. We don't want to get anybody in trouble. We just want her home. We love her, and we would do anything to see her again. I just want to drink a boba with her again and laugh and tell the story. And when I see her, I'm going to absolutely tackle her to the ground, but I'm going to give her the most love that she's ever felt. And I hope she knows she's loved. This whole community is looking for her. The whole world at this point is looking for Kylie. Kylie, if you're out there and you can hear this, please fight. Keep fighting. Don't give up. We are coming. We are working. We will not stop working. I will stay up day and night. I have her completely. What? We want you home. We just want.
Okay. I've had enough of that. Exactly. The keep fighting thing threw me off. It's like, it's the same way with Jagger's tattoo. Stay alive for me. Keep fighting. You know, that's what brings me to believe, okay, was she taken somewhere? Did they have her somewhere after whatever was done to her? And then she died. You know what I'm saying? Like she died without them, because maybe they had a plan that they were supposed to be the ones to find her. They were supposed to be the ones to bring her home. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, you guys. So I did not even, I have never done an open panel before, and I did not even get through anything that I wanted to get through. So I'm going to end up having to come on later and do another live tonight. But I think I'm going to end this one here. So Michelle, Mrs. G, I want to thank you guys for coming on. Everybody else left. Natasha, thank everybody that came up on the panel. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, CNY.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, no problem. Thank you guys.
Thank
You guys, I hope you guys have a good day. What's that?
God bless everyone.
Oh, yes, you too. Thank you. Okay. So I'm sorry, you guys. I did not get through anything that I wanted. Mystical, I'm so sorry. You didn't even get a freaking a word in. So I'm sorry about that. But I mean, you know, I didn't get anywhere I wanted to go. I mean, I didn't get done anything that I wanted to get done. There was so much I wanted to show you. There's so much, you know, that I wanted to pull up, but I'm going to have to do that later. But I want to thank you guys all for being here. Please hit that thumbs up. Please subscribe to the channel. Hey, Sleuthy. Yeah. Okay. And I want to, and anybody who wants to become a member of the family, just go ahead and click that link and join. And also anybody that wants to make a, you know, wants to help out the family or help out the channel, the links are all down in the description below. Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys all for being here. So I will be back on later. I did not know that this was going to go this long. So I'm sorry. But I love you guys. Stay strong, stay healthy, stay safe. Keep asking those hard questions. And I will put out a post later today about when I'm going live tonight. So I hope you guys can all be here for that. And yeah, thank you guys for everything. All right, you guys, thanks for staying with us. And I know this was super long. This is the longest one I've ever done. So if anybody has anything that they want to talk about later tonight in the live, just leave it all down in the comments below. All right, you guys, thank you. Have a good day.